Introductions by members. Madam Clerk.
Introduction of bills. Orders of the day.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. In this chamber, I call the continued estimates for the Ministry of Finance. In the Douglas Fir Section A, I call the continued estimates for the Ministry of Health. And in Section C, the Birch Room, I call the continued estimates for the Ministry of Transportation.
Committee Chair.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I move that vote number 26 be resolved that a sum not exceeding $307,466,000 be granted to Her Majesty to defray the expenses of Ministry of Finance, Ministry Operations to 31st of March 2022.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The member had asked a question just before we broke for lunch, but before I get to my response, I just want to correct something in the record that I mentioned yesterday. I was talking about the PST rebate and didn't read out the full sentence, and so I think it actually changes the context. I had said that the program had received that $19 million was eligible amount approved, and that was the eligible amount on the machinery, on the purchases that were approved. And so I thought I would just qualify that, and that the total amount of the rebate that was approved was $1.347 million. So that I wanted to make sure that there was no misunderstanding of what it was that I was talking about. I wanted to make sure that that was clear. Now on to the member's question that he asked before we broke for lunch. If I recall, I want to make sure it's always hard to keep track. There were so many questions. There were good questions. He had asked about the annual debt servicing payments for 21-22, if I recall, and were there to be a downgrade, what the impact would be. And again, first I want to acknowledge that we entered the pandemic in a very strong fiscal position. We were strong financially, with a stable, diverse economy, with tremendous asset, I think, which is the people of British Columbia. Then that's been going on for years. It's not unique to our government, previous government as well. And that's really, I think, a testament to the people that call British Columbia home. And we expect that we'll continue to do the good work of taking care of our families and building up this province and making sure that our communities meet the needs of our families, and that good work will continue as part of recovery. So the annual debt servicing payments for 21-22 are $2.9 billion. I believe it's in the budget document, and I can get the page number for the member if he would like. And our understanding, a downgrade we estimate would be 5 basis points. But I also think it's important, given the context of the pandemic, we still remain the lowest cost borrower in the country. which I think speaks to the health historically of our economy, the diversification of our economy, and the hard work of British Columbians. And I'm pleased to tell the member that we've been well received in capital markets in terms of conversations since we've released the budget and after Moody's announcement of our AAA credit rating holding steady. We continue to be very well received.
Peace River South.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the Minister for the answer. With the discussion we had also just before lunch around the baseline credit assessment downgrade, did that have any material impact at all to our debt servicing costs?
Minister.
No.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. That was a very succinct answer. So I'm sure it had some impact, but obviously nothing material as I phrased in my questions. So appreciate the answer from the Minister. I'm going to change gears for a second and I should also, just for heads up, let the Minister know probably in an hour or so, I will probably have just one or two colleagues come in and ask questions, but for the most part, I'll be the leader of the three-ring circus for the afternoon. I just want to change gears a little bit around public service. So a question maybe to the Minister, and maybe I'll put something on the record first of all, and she can quantify this for me. Since 2017, the public service has grown by over 100,000 employees, according to the data in budget documents that we have here in government, 104,124, a 27% increase we've seen in hiring in the public service over the last four and a half years. Is the Minister able to tell me what, since 2017 to this year then, if with 100,000 new employees, what's the increase to the budget just for payroll for the public service since 2017? I don't need to have each year, just the total increase compared to 2017 budget to now into the 2021-22 budget with 100,000 new employees. What was the increase?
Minister.
Thank you very much. I just want to get clarification from the member. He talked about the public service. I'm wondering if he was meaning the public sector, because the number that he's using speaks more to public sector than it does to the public service. So public service is really, folks that keep sort of government running, but the public sector is teachers and doctors and paramedics and like sort of much broader perspective. And so it requires first of all, different staff, and it requires sort of, trying to add up different set of numbers. So I want to get some clarification from the member.
Member?
That's fair. Appreciate that, Chair, to the Minister. I'm going off the table here that I have in front of me from the documents. So this is everything. It says public service hiring, but we're talking about health, education, public service, universities, crowns, colleges, and community social services. And on this table that I have, it's a 27% increase of 104,000 people that have been hired over the last 5 years. So that, I think, to the question the Minister had, it's a little broader maybe than the way I explained it in the first. So that hopefully will give her and the people in her head that speak to her a little bit more guidance on what kind of information I'm looking for.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I'm grateful for the clarification because it has different meaning, and that's really helpful. Well, certainly we have seen an increase in staffing for health. Certainly the pandemic, hiring of contact tracers, for example, and making sure that we have folks to do vaccinations has increased significantly. To go back from 2017, I'm actually not able to do that today because staff just haven't pulled up all of those numbers, but I can say over the last couple of years, if that's helpful to the member, what that looks like. So we've had an increase in terms of headcount, about 29,000 increase in headcount for health. That's about pandemic response initiatives. It's also about the cancer plan and the surgical plan. We have been accelerating surgery significantly. Well, it's people that do surgeries, Mr. Speaker, very talented people, and so making sure that we have folks to make sure that those who need hips and knees and eyes and heart surgeries and cancer surgeries, that all of that can happen. The hospital at home program and the rural and remote strategy. These are, direct service delivery programs to people here in British Columbia who need these services. And so that's been a very significant increase. In the K-12 public education, we've seen an increase in teachers from 45,000 to nearly 48,000 over the last couple of years. And support staff have increased from 31,000 to about 38,000. We needed additional, certainly teaching staff. The population we're seeing in our K-12 system is growing, and that's a good thing. It means that the rest of us can at some point retire, which is also, I think, a good thing, because they'll be the next generation, well-educated generation to take over for us. The Crown corporations, there's been a slight increase over two years, 22,500 to 26,000. And so these are elements of making sure that we're continuing again to deliver services to British Columbians. I think about BC Housing and the amount of work and the volume of work that they've been doing, building the housing, making sure that we can address homelessness, making sure that we can have housing for women fleeing violence. All of that, again, takes people. And other, community services, we've seen an increase of 6,300. Again, that's about taking care of folks who are homeless, making sure that they have their needs met, because we know what happens when you don't have these services. People are, wait lists continue to grow. Being able to have, having large classroom sizes is certainly not acceptable. And again, making sure that we have supports for some of the most vulnerable people in our communities. And we've certainly seen an increase in post-secondary institutions, an additional 3,200 more employees there. Again, educating the next generation that we know that you need to have a skill set in order to participate in the economy, in order to drive innovation, in order to drive recovery, and making sure that there's teachers for the next generation is absolutely critical. And the last thing I want to say about that is that when we look at seniors care, and I think the pandemic has really demonstrated what happens when you don't hire people to care for our seniors. And we know, and just in question period today, we heard from the Minister of Health and we heard from the opposition, how important it is to have paramedics and what the impact is if you don't. And so we've been hiring more paramedics so that we can have a response. And when you think about seniors and care aides and the work that they do, it's intimate work, caring for an elderly person, making sure that they have the dignity, that they are can access the toilet, that they can have a bath, that they can have that they can age with grace. That's work that is at the bedside, and we saw what happens when you don't have enough. You don't have enough people doing this important work. And again, Mr. Speaker, I think about how the kind of care that my grandparents had received and my mom, and making sure that they had good bedside support was absolutely critical, and I'm forever grateful for the work that they do.
Member.
Thank you to the Minister. First, I'll thank the Minister for that information, and I'll apologize. That was not quite where my question was going, and it could completely be my fault the way I articulated it. My thought was more around not necessarily where those people were hired, but I will acknowledge that was good information, but it's the impact to the taxpayers is where I was going. On the PSA website, if I'm reading it correctly, I just pulled it up here, and compensation is now at about $37 billion for the areas that the Minister actually just acknowledged. And the point that I was just trying to understand was in the last 5 years, since 2017, it's been an increase of about 104,000 people according to the PSA. So what was the impact to the budget, I guess, is what I'm saying. So what did we pay in 2017 for the public sector? Now we're paying $37 million. So I'm just curious on what that increase was over the 5 years. Because I think that is significant. I don't want to take away from the Minister's point of where government makes decisions on hiring into different areas, but I think it is an expectation, though, from the public to know, okay, what's that costing them as taxpayers? So what's the increase in that 5 years in dollars, not in people, in dollars, if I can, in this time, to bring us now to $37 billion? What was it in 2017?
Minister.
Thank you very much. Well, I was listening to the member's choice of words. What's the impact to the taxpayer? And I was thinking, well, we're all taxpayers. And the real impact is you get your knees done when they need to get done. You get your surgical care when you need to get your surgical care. Your elderly parent or grandparent gets the care that they need with dignity. And if you should be needing an ambulance, you'd be able to get one. I mean, I think we always need to tie the taxes that we pay to the services that we receive. It's not that it just goes into some pot and then just disappears. It is about services. And I think it's really important, and I will always tie it, and I think we should all tie it to what it means, what's the benefit. And if it means that my kids are going to get educated, if it means that they're going to be able to get, also, my kids, let me talk about grandchildren, should I ever get them. I like to talk about the fantasy I have about grandchildren one day, that they'll get health care right from the get-go, whatever their needs are. And that they will, my kids will be able to access early learning and childcare so that they can continue in their careers. And that my future grandchildren, should I be so lucky to have them, will be well educated in a public education system and be able to go on to university or trades or whatever their little heart desires, and be well educated. And that they will be able to participate in the economy because their services and their highways and their health care and their education is well supported. And that for me and my husband, as we age with dignity, surrounded by all of our grandchildren, should I be so lucky to have them, my son is probably squirming right now, then I too will get the care that I will need as I age, because I think that's what we all hope for. We hope for an aging with grace and dignity and the supports. We hope that we won't need much, but I think the evidence is clear that we will at some point need something. So I think we need to recognize that we are paying for services. And as a government, that has been our commitment, is to make sure that the services are there for people when they need them. So with that, I don't have the numbers going back to 2017. I do have for the last 2 fiscal years, and I hope this will be helpful to the member. Total compensation across all sectors has increased by about $6.5 billion. Let me just go back. Where was I? Yes, and a net change of nearly $3.8 billion is tied to increased resources required for the pandemic, as well as a negotiated increase to the sustainable services negotiating mandate within the health sector. So that's where the change has been. And again, before I take my place and wait for the member's next question, I do think it's absolutely critical that we recognize, it is sort of public sector awareness week, I guess, and acknowledging the frontline work that we have seen time and time again, whether it's folks working with people who are struggling with addictions, and people who are caring for our children in in our schools, whether it's the janitors, the cleaners that have been working so hard in all of our public institutions to make sure that we all can stay safe. I think that's really worthy of acknowledgement, and they're part of this, right? Their services, their salaries are in this discussion right now, and so the taxpayers are getting value for money. They're getting extraordinary healthcare, extraordinary education systems, opportunities for early learning for their children, aging with dignity for their parents, and I think that's what's really important here to the taxpayers.
Member.
Thank you. Thank you to the minister. I just quickly looked on my phone, actually, while the minister was giving that answer, and since 2017, it's $10 billion, approximately. So I just thought I'd mention that. So, and I think that's important. I don't want to take away from anything the minister has acknowledged. Governments make choices. Government's role, and we acknowledged this, I think, collectively yesterday, government's job is to, bring in revenue, to expend it out to help people in different ways. That is the role, frankly, of why governments mostly exist, is to be those decision makers of how to move society forward in the best way possible. And different groups make different decisions based on what they think those priorities are. This government has chosen to increase the public sector by around 100,000 people so far in their time. And you know, I do also want to acknowledge Public Sector Week. This is not about the work, and I would agree with the Minister, the great work that a lot of our public sector do, but I think it's also important, especially as the Finance Minister, to juggle the fact that there's the work that's being done by the public sector, but that does come at a cost to the people of British Columbia. And so when I'm quickly looking it up, and the Minister can correct me if I'm wrong when I just look this at my phone here, and it's around $10 billion of an increase. And if we're at $37 billion now, that's, you know, it's a 27% or whatever that would work out to increase, which pretty well mirrors the increase of the staff complement that we have. So it begs the question, projections. That's quite a substantial growth over just 4 years. Does the Minister feel in her projections, as long as she's Finance Minister, and I'm thinking that she hopes that's for quite some time, but does she see the projections that we're going to continue on this train of hiring, you know, tens of thousands? We have 40,000 this year. Is that going to continue on a year-to-year basis? Do we figure that we're at a complement that the government is now satisfied with? I mean, obviously, give or take, you've got some movement. I'm not naive in that aspect. But it's really around where does the government then see their projections going for hiring, and how is that going to be paid for? Because if we are $10 billion further up, then in costs to the taxpayers, don't want to get in the debate necessarily of the services that they're getting for it, as the Minister already alluded to in her comments, but how are we paying for that? So what tax increases, what revenue sources does the government see in the short term to pay for this large growth in the public sector? And do they see that happening year over year, or are we going to be slowing down post-COVID?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker. So I do need to remind the member that the cost increases that you saw in the early parts of the sort of 2017, 2018 until 2019, that was part of the 2014 wage mandate that I recall his government had negotiated. And so a lot of those increases were negotiated before we even came into government. So that increase was not necessarily a decision of this government. And so I think that needs to be taken into consideration when looking at the total increases. And in fact, that becomes, in fact, the largest impact, the largest driver in terms of increases in wages. But also, and the member speaks to, the cost of increasing services. And there's also significant cost to not increasing services. And to not, I always think about, well, what does it cost to wait in pain to have some medical procedure done? What's the cost, and how do we measure that? Is it just lost time from work, lost income because you can't work? What's the impact to the family? What's the impact for suffering? So I think about that, and I don't know how to put a number on that. I think about not having a response to homelessness, and we've certainly seen, and we've talked about it in this House, about the impacts to that. And what it means to healthcare costs, what it means in the end, or criminal justice costs, but still the cost to communities and the cost to dignity. So I think there's also costs to not doing something, and we certainly saw that in the pandemic. The costs were people's lives to not having sufficient bodies taking care of seniors. It was so challenging that. Because of historical decisions, people who were doing the frontline care for seniors were working 2 and 3 jobs. And that was making the pandemic significantly challenging to get a control over until we had the single site order brought in. But this was not the fault of the people trying to feed their families. It was because we didn't set up a service. We didn't have a service established that would allow them to, do an honest day's, work, a good day's work, and still be able to feed their families. And so this means, having to make sure that that we have enough bodies to do that important work that we value. And I'm not suggesting that the member doesn't value those services. I think but we also have an obligation to make sure that they work well and that they work well for people. Now, the member did ask about what the future might look like. He's, we have a 3-year fiscal plan. We've also had balanced budgets before COVID. And we're a government that's committed to returning to balance. The path to balance will certainly be evident when we bring in budget 2022, and and they'll be able to see sort of what that looks like and how we're going to continue to deliver the services that British Columbians deserve, as well as a balanced budget path that I think British Columbians deserve as well. I think you can do both and. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Peace River South.
Well, thank you. I know right now the minister's not been able to give a lot of timelines, I guess I'd say, around the balanced budgets, and I respect that, and I'll maybe talk to her a little bit further about that when we have time. But the minister says we have time, but unfortunately, with everything being delayed the way it was, the estimates have been compressed so much that we actually don't have as much time as we normally used to for canvassing in most ministries, and we're trying to make the best of that time on behalf of the people of British Columbia as an opposition, representing them as well. I do, I acknowledge the minister's points that she's making about trying to help people. I just don't know if she's recognizing the point that I'm trying to raise, which we always try to do what we can to help people, but there's the acknowledgement that always comes at a cost. And everybody always has different ideas. I think the minister talked about, waiting for a knee surgery. Well, I know people up in my region wait 18 months as it is. That hasn't changed. They used to wait 18 months. They still wait 18 months. but we've increased the budget a lot and hired a lot more people in the health sector. So some would say they're not getting bang for their buck. Other people would say that things are doing just fine. And that's not really the debate for finance estimates. That can be in the specific estimates. I know health estimates are going on right now, and there's probably questions around that. But it's really around the quality and what are you getting for the dollars, for the tax dollars that people spend. And my point that I'm trying to just myself articulate for the record is for different reasons, as the minister said some. We've got a approximately $10 billion increase over the last 5 years. 25% almost increase in revenues that are needed to pay for public sector workers for the work that they're doing. And again, this is not about taking away or debating the work that they do. I'm canvassing from a financial standpoint in ministry, to the Minister of Finance around the impacts that has to the work that the Minister of Finance has to do. Because I too, sooner rather than later, would like to see balanced budgets. I believe the minister when she says she would like to see the same thing. That too comes with choices, though. That too comes with how are we going to continue paying for growth in the province? Somebody has to pay for that. There's two ways of doing this. Either the government is going to have to make tough decisions and reduce the public sector that they've hired, or they're going to have to come up with a revenue stream to pay for it. So my question is, what does the government, what does the minister see that she is going to have to do, whether that's going to be, is there going to be tax increases? And, I might talk about carbon tax later. We know that that's going to be a huge revenue driver if the government continues to increase on the path that they have. We got the property transfer tax, which is one of the largest revenue sources right now in a lot of ways for the government on an increased side of things, and we can debate that if we so choose. But I'm just curious from the minister's standpoint, as the person responsible to try to get us to a balanced budget, how does she see that happening in a realistic form if we continue on the path of expenditures with no plan in place yet that really is determinant on revenue source to pay for it?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. When I'm listening to the member's question and I'm thinking, would we be in such a good position here in British Columbia at this place in time, in this moment, if we hadn't made those investments in healthcare, for example, and in our schools, in education, if we hadn't done that work earlier on when we formed government, it makes me wonder where we would be if we hadn't done those investments. And so I'm really proud of the choices. The member talks about choices. I'm really proud of the choices that we made because I think it really played out well for all British Columbians because we made those choices. Now, the member certainly talks about, the revenues and expenses and getting to balance. And we've historically, as a government, have had balanced budgets. It's been a priority of our government to maintain that, and we did that. And we did that, I have to say, while also expanding services. We did that, and I think that speaks to our our commitment to those values, but B, in our ability to be very strategic and thoughtful and careful about where we invest and how we invest in the services that British Columbians need, so that we can continue to be a have province, a province that continues to capitalize on our diverse economy and on the strength of our people. It's certainly, a strength that we have, that going forward, and I have said in this House, and I've certainly shared with the member, that we will be presenting a path back to balance with Budget 2022, and we have, a better sense, and we're getting a better sense for sure about what economic recovery looks like. Now that we were, and I think back to putting this budget together and trying to understand, well, where will we be in terms of our economy? When would things open? And we frankly had no idea. We had no idea that we would be in such a good place here on June 15th, opening up and being able to travel around the province, looking towards July 1st, when the next stage, we hope, as long as vaccinations keep going. We didn't have that information, so it was very difficult to predict how much longer we're going to need to be in a pandemic state. And as we see things open up and we understand which sectors have been thriving, because not everybody in the economy, not all sectors have been severely impacted. Certainly tourism has been severely impacted, there's no doubt. But seeing which sectors will need help in the short term, in the medium term, and in the long term, which sectors are thriving that will continue to generate revenues. We're looking at how lumber is going right now. It's not anything that we predicted 6-8 months ago. So again, there's certainly and the property transfer tax. I mean, the volatility in the market continues, and so really, the predictability and that's required for doing planning, the kind of planning that we need to do for a path back to balance, is work that we've started undertaking to look at how things open up. We'll certainly, I look forward to in February, sharing with the member, with the House, Budget 2022, about how we are going to get our path back to balance, what that's going to look like for British Columbians, and it will be a path that absolutely protects the services that we all count on. And the member, suggested a friend is waiting for a knee for 18 months, and I have a friend in my community who is a staunch SOCRED, still goes by the old name. He prefers to call himself a SOCRED, and who picked up the phone to say, I can't believe this is coming out of my mouth, but he said, I literally waited like 2 months to get my knee done, and he couldn't believe it. Now, this was pre-COVID, so I mean, I want to qualify that, and we do have certainly work to do to get back on track. But I want to, acknowledge that there have been tremendous strides to deal with the backlog. It's made significant difference, even for some old SOCREDs who prefer to grumble about our government. But we'll give an acknowledgement, I think, when it's worthy to do so.
Peace River South.
Thank you, Chair. The minister should pass me that gentleman's phone number, because I'm an old SOCRED too. We could have some good talks. But, just to the minister's point, I mean, again, I've talked about choices, I've talked about decisions, just like the minister has. The one thing the minister left out was that government has also had to add or increase 23 new taxes so far during their tenure in the last 4 and a bit years to help pay for that. So she talks about being able to still balance the budget, but left out the part of the equation of taxes having to go up or new taxes put in place in order to help pay for that. I just wanted to make sure I got that point on the record too, because, you know, I think it's, if we're going to be fair on the, you know, if the minister wants to be fair on the, yes, we want to do this, and yes, these are choices we make, the minister also should be acknowledging, and we also chose to increase taxes in some areas because that's what we chose to do in order to help fund some of these other choices that we've made. The minister also in one of her, I'm sorry, it was either this answer or the one before though, mentioned that, I think there was one before, talked about some of the increases and staff increases being because of COVID. Especially, I would assume, when she mentioned contact tracers in the Ministry of Health and some of the budgetary increases that have happened because of COVID, especially on the public sector hiring side. Is the minister able then to say that, you know, probably hopefully sooner rather than later we're out of COVID? Does that mean these people will no longer be part of the 104,000 increase? Does that mean that all of these people that were hired because of COVID are temporary hires? Or does the ministry and government foresee the fact that they might continue? You know, there's 40,000 new people this year, and government has continued to say that the majority of those have been because of COVID. When COVID's over, does that mean we're going to have 40,000 fewer public sector employees?
Interesting, from a distance, both your masks look similar in patterns. I wonder if that's telling from a finance perspective. Minister of Finance.
Sure. And he's got music symbols, but then he's got money symbols on his tie, which I think is always very interesting for me to look at as the Minister of Finance. I think he did that on purpose. Do you think so, Mr. Chair? I think so. Okay. So I think, so first of all, I want to respond to the members' comments about taxes, because our government removed two taxes, in fact, tolls, which are a tax. They're called user fees, air quotes, but let's be clear, it's a tax. I think a wholly unfair tax to particularly those that live south of the Fraser. I think it was, again, it saved hundreds and hundreds of dollars for British Columbians living south of the Fraser. It may not have affected people in his riding, but certainly there were people in Surrey who, as a result of tolls, and so we removed the tolls. That was a choice that we made. But also, I think the biggest tax relief that British Columbians have ever experienced is eliminating MSP premiums, which was a significant tax on people. Again, others might choose to call it a user fee, perhaps, but British Columbians all had to pay it. Sometimes their employer paid it. That would, be fortunate for folks, but that wasn't always the case. And this cost, again, thousands of dollars to families, to young people in particular. It was, I think, a shock for young people when they suddenly discovered that they actually had to pay MSP premiums. Had no idea when they became adults that they now had this bill to pay, user fee, but really it was a tax, and so we removed that as well. So I think it's really important to recognize that this is a complex component, but we managed, we still, in spite of that, continue to deliver deliver balanced budgets. Now, the member's question that he tacked on to that was about, what's going to happen post-pandemic, and I think that's a question that is appropriate for the Minister of Health, given the bulk of those hires were there. We are still in it, and so understanding how things will shift and change is, of course, to be determined, and will be. And I know that the Minister of Health is having estimates right now, and I imagine perhaps someone is asking him that question, and that's where it would be appropriate to ask that question.
Would the member like a recess so he can go to the Minister of Health's estimates? Peace River South.
Thank you, Chair. No, I don't need to recess to go to Ministry of Health because last time I looked, the Minister of Finance is the one that does a lot of the determining work on how much money goes to each ministry. And the minister acknowledged earlier during the estimates that she has the constant conversations with all the ministers who came to the Minister of Finance asking for what they could use and what they need. And the Minister of Finance is the one that has the responsibility at the end of the day for putting the budget together based on that information. So I find it interesting with that comment. I mean, definitely we can find out from the Minister of Health if he's willing to answer that, which I doubt, because so far most ministers have said talk to the Minister of Finance because she's the one who determines the overall budget determination, especially when you're looking at a 3-year plan, which the minister puts forward. So my question was really around, everybody, for the most part in government, ministers and the Minister of Finance, has said that a lot of the growth has happened because of COVID. So the minister must have done some planning in the budget documents to say, once COVID's finished, we know that we're no longer going to need all those people. And I'm sure that that's built in somewhere in the conversations that the Minister of Finance has with her staff, especially when they're trying to put together a long-term strategic plan. So somewhere in there must be something from this minister that she would know on what her projections are.
Minister.
Thank you very much. And I think the member's question is a good segue into reminding him of the pandemic and recovery contingencies that we have built into this budget and for the fiscal plan over the next number of years. And in this one, we have a notional allocation of $900 million for health and safety measures. And, the minister is responsible for putting together, a plan that he determines with his experts that he deals with public health and with the healthcare system writ large, in terms of understanding, how the system needs to respond to the needs of British Columbians, the health needs of British Columbians. And so I know that the member well knows that when the minister identifies, a need and puts together a plan, that comes to Treasury Board for deliberation, and it's through that process that allocation is determined. And so what we have here in the budget is, this notional allocation that's part of the pandemic and recovery contingencies. And I am hopeful, and I think all British Columbians are hopeful, that we won't need most of that, because with a successful vaccination rollout, and fewer, and the numbers taking a deep nosedive, which every day at 3 o'clock, I don't know about anybody else, but I go to my Twitter feed and see sort of what the update is, and it helps to just remind us about how well we have done seeing this, seeing those numbers come down. And what that means is that perhaps we won't need, to carry on in the way that we have been, and that makes me hopeful, and I'm sure it makes all British Columbians hopeful.
Peace River South.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to ask, well, on this same topic here, one more question before I turn it over to my colleague from West Vancouver, Capilano, who has just a few questions, and I might have one other colleague after that. But I'll flag that for the minister as we get there. But, well, let me just say, I appreciate the minister foreshadowing that we'll be here next February, hopefully with a lengthier time in this House than we did this session, so we can actually quantify some of the comments that the ministers made today, and we'll have a couple of quarterly reports by then. At least we expect to have a couple of quarterly reports by then. I understand the question that I asked might have been a little loaded in hindsight, that it would be awkward for the minister to answer directly, but I still think it's important that we highlight the issue directly. And the one thing I've been appreciating through the course of finance estimates is it's not so much of the political back and forth jabs, it's more about trying to get factual information on the record for the people of British Columbia, the services they get, what they pay for those services. With that comment, though, I do want to, I think it's important to acknowledge in the minister's last comments, when we were talking about taxes and we were talking about choices, the minister forgets to acknowledge when she says, they got rid of PST. It had already been cut in half by us when we were in government. The minister also neglects to mention that only about 50% of the people actually paid MSP at that time. So it didn't impact everyone, as the government tried to say, when in fact, most economists now, if you talk to them, by putting in an employer's health tax, so it's the same thing by a different name, charging it to different people to generate the revenue for health, the employer's health tax, in fact, now can technically impact everybody. Because you have businesses that were not having to pay it, who now have to pay it, which means their product cost goes up, which means people who weren't paying MSP before are now seeing increased costs at the supermarket, at the fast food restaurant, wherever they may go, because of the employer's health tax. The only reason why I flag that is, again, to the minister, choices have impacts. And I think it's only fair, especially in finance estimates, if we want to talk about those choices, we should also be articulating factually the impacts that those have on people, because that's really important. So I guess maybe I'll just end that monologue-ish, a bit of commentary, with just asking the minister, in order to, and I know some of it's in the budget documents, but in order to go through this fiscal year, in order to meet the revenues, even though we're going to be in a large deficit situation, does the minister foresee any other user fees or taxes coming in this year to help subsidize and reduce the amount of deficit that we're going to be in?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I believe that the member, he said PST, but I believe he was referring to MSP. Yeah, so yes, but my recollection is that it doubled over their time, and really we were the last jurisdiction in the nation to have a flat fee that we know for a medical services premium that impacted the lower income families, and that had significant impact on lower earning families because they often did not have an employer that covered off for them. And so we can continue this debate, I suspect, at some other time. But the member asks if we are anticipating any increased or additional taxes. The answer is no.
Member for West Vancouver, Capilano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the MLA from Peace River South for the time he is allowing me. Through the chair to the minister, when the increased luxury car tax was brought in, it also caught in its net cars that are antique cars or collector cars. These are generally cars that are held for long periods of time. They're driven infrequently. They are owned by car enthusiasts, groups of people across the province that enjoy restoring these vehicles, and the social aspect of rallies and car clubs. Restoring a vehicle can take years. It can be painstaking, buying parts from different places. And then by the time it is complete and ready to register, it can now trigger the luxury car tax. ICBC has a category of insurance that recognizes these cars as collector vehicles. If it is driven occasionally, if it is 25 years or older, the application of the tax, the luxury car tax to these cars means very few are now coming into British Columbia and less are being restored here. So if I can ask through the chair to the minister, why didn't government exclude this category of antique vehicles for the purpose of the luxury car tax? And will it do so now? And the second piece of that, if this information is available, does the minister know how much revenue is generated through the luxury car tax on vehicles that also qualify for the collector car status for ICBC?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the member's question, and I do want to first say that I love her glasses. Can I just get that on the record? They look fabulous. We don't have specific information on revenues that come from antique cars per se. It's not tracked that way. But I do want to say that this tax is on motor vehicles that are $55,000 or more. So it's really for very expensive cars. And when we think about the progressiveness of taxes, typically people who have these very expensive cars or purchasing these very expensive cars, they tend to be high-income folks as well, and so if that's a hobby, it's not a necessity. It is a hobby, and so it's hard to rationalize why these cars and not other cars. If this is part of recognizing a levy on very expensive vehicles. They're called luxury, but perhaps that's a misnomer. It might just be very expensive, because you could argue that a $55,000 or $60,000 very old car may not be luxurious, but it's still a very expensive car. But again, it sounds like it's used for recreational purposes. It's used for hobby. It's not a necessity, so to speak, and so it's within that context that this tax applies across the board.
Member.
Thank you to the minister for that. I would not categorize all people who have this as a passionate hobby that they have spent their life since they were young people working on cars. I don't think necessarily equates to their income. But I'll move on to just a second question that I have through the chair to the minister. To support the struggling restaurants in my community, several have asked for the extension of temporary liquor licenses from 24 days in a year to 3 consecutive months for pop-up restaurants. The District of West Vancouver and the local police department gave these businesses permission to operate temporary pop-up locations in Millennium Park for the summer in West Vancouver. So why have requests for the 3-month temporary liquor licenses gone unanswered? These are restaurants that already have liquor licenses at their primary locations, and these requests began to government not this month, but last June, in hopes that they would be able to operate this over the summer. So it's the second summer where these restaurants need support. And I would like to read from an email that one of the restaurant owners received this past October. So June, July, August, September, October, after the request was made. And this is from Douglas Scott, Assistant Deputy Minister for LCRB. The Liquor and Cannabis Regulation Branch is concerned for the individuals, families, businesses, and communities affected by COVID-19 and is committed to supporting licensees through this challenging time. However, the government is currently in a transition period due to the provincial general election. I will bring this matter to the attention of the minister responsible at the earliest opportunity following the general election and the appointment of the Executive Council. Thank you for writing. So I have 2 questions for the minister, and again, for time, I will put them together. Was there, and through the chair to the minister, was there a delay in the issuing of liquor licenses for restaurants last year due to the transition caused by the election? And the second part of that is, will the minister provide these restaurants with 3-month temporary liquor licenses to operate properly approved pop-up restaurants to support them over the summer and in time for this summer? Thank you to the minister.
Minister of
Thank you.
Finance.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the member's question. And I was just confirming with staff that the member's question about liquor licenses really does belong with the Minister of the Solicitor General, Public Safety, that's his responsibility.
Member.
Thank you to the minister. It is getting like playing whack-a-mole, trying to figure out which ministry the LCRB is under. I recently received, in response to a letter I sent to the Solicitor General, received a letter back from the Minister of Finance saying that liquor licensing is in the purview of the Minister of Finance. So I appreciate that answer, and I will take my question back to the Minister of Public Safety and Solicitor General. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Okay. Minister.
Thank you. And I just want to clarify for the record and for the member that the two ministries share responsibility for this file. In that Ministry of Finance is around the economic side, the sales component, the revenue that gets generated, but the regulation of liquor policy is through PSSG. So it really depends on what the request is, and I'm happy to follow up with PSSG to make sure that the member gets an appropriate follow-up.
I believe there's a member for Kelowna West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the Minister for allowing questions to be asked of her budget coming up. Minister, I want to just bring up an issue that I've tried to, or I have raised with you, and I've been to your office numerous times in trying to get a particular issue resolved. I just want to give a little bit of context about this particular issue. Is that I first wrote on May 29th of 2020. This is in regarding to an additional transfer tax for the people named McCormick, and again I received a letter turning down their application on July the 16th of 2020, and on July the 21st I wrote to you, or the minister, the former minister, about the previous correspondence, and then again on April 4th, which I detailed a specific opportunity that does consider the fact that there is, in this particular case, extreme hardship. We're not talking about just somebody that was in the business of flipping homes or whatever. These people immigrated here with the best intentions. Mr. McCormick has a role as a financial planner. His wife and him, I believe, now have been accepted through the PNP program. But the whole situation is that they came with a modest amount of funds, invested in a home with relatives that live in Coquitlam. The situation was they entered into a contract to get a home built in November of 2017 before the provincial budget of 2018, and the home in the contract was to be completed on or about April the 30th, not later than. It wasn't completed due to a shortage of skills or skilled trades, and the situation is the McCormicks did move in July, and that seems like a big gap from the date when the exemption period existed. However, besides the trade issues, there was forest fires directly in and around their neighborhood, and they were refused property insurance, so that delayed them moving in at an earlier date, not early enough to meet the exemption. So it may not be particularly relevant, but what is relevant is the fact is that these people have taken their life savings and partnered up with relatives to buy this house. They were subsequently pressured because of the additional transfer tax, and that additional $63,000, their partners felt that they had been misled by these people, and the situation is that the McCormicks have not only sold the house, but they've lost all of everything that they had in the house, and they had to pay the tax that was a charge on their property. So I wrote that letter on February the 4th, March the 12th. I got a letter from yourself. Thank you. However...
Sorry, member, just of course through the chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And sorry, I apologize for drifting off there. The letter on March the 12th talks about the fact that these are not considerations, and tax remission is not normally given, although having been at the table before, I know that there is in rare cases where there's hardship or other reasons, Mr. Speaker, that makes these legitimate reasons to reconsideration. So at this point in time, the McCormicks are now without anything other than they're in a house that they're renting. They've lost everything, and the fact is that their only hope of being able to perhaps buy into the market at a much different price is through this remission of tax. So they would be very interested to know when they're going to hear, if you happen to know that, or if you could give some opportunity for myself to perhaps meet with you thank you, Mr. Chair. Through to the Minister, if I could have that opportunity to resolve this issue in a timely manner, I would really appreciate it. Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you. And I first want to just acknowledge the member's commitment to his constituents in pursuing this matter. I can't, these remissions are a decision of cabinet. The member has alluded to that. But I can't speak to any specific case, but staff are aware of the situation and it's under active review.
Member.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So if I could just ask the Minister if there was some, when these are actively being reviewed for consideration before it goes to Cabinet, what's the length of time that these normally would take place? 3, 6 months, a year? Could I get some idea of the timeline?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and again to the member. It really, and I know he's not going to like this answer, it depends. It depends on how complex the situation is and the amount of research and work that staff need to do in order to understand the particulars of each case. They're all unique. They don't happen very often, but each one is unique, and so it's very difficult to provide a very specific timeline.
Seeing no further questions. No, there's a question, of course. Member for Peace River South.
I know the chair is always anxious to really do that, but have no fear. There will be no shortage of questions coming from this side of the House, Mr. Chair. at least for the next hour or so on this specific topic. Just on behalf of my colleague, sorry, I'll remove this too, make it a little easier for them. So used to wearing them all the time now. Just on behalf of my colleague, I know that he would appreciate some kind of correspondence back as soon as the minister is aware, or even to his comment of timeline, if the minister is able to take that back to her deputy or to her staff to find out where it's at, and at least for some assurance. Obviously, it's a heartbreaking story to hear of a family who's in good faith put themselves in this unfortunate situation. And I think being left on the end of that plank, not knowing if they're going to be pushed off anytime soon, that information would be really important. So hoping we can get some kind of assurance. And I know the minister well enough that she will take this issue seriously and take it back and try to report back to the member hopefully sooner rather than later for his constituents, and I know that would be much appreciated. On a different topic, just want to move to talking about GCPE and spend a few moments on this. And so I'm wondering, we talked a little bit about earlier in our back and forth, we talked a little bit about the growth in the public sector and in all the different departments. Is the minister able to tell me right now how many FTEs there are in GCPE, and has that gone up at all? When we talked about other departments that have gone up in the last 4 or 5 years, have they stayed relatively status quo, or has GCPE gone up since this government has taken over in 2017, and what numbers do they have for FTEs?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I can let the member know that there hasn't been a significant increase over this time to GCPE staff, although recently there have been a little bit of an increase in order to help with COVID, again, COVID-related. These are temporary, just to help with issues management and making sure that we can get, certainly, the digital team has to do more work around sort of the pandemic, making sure that people have accurate information, promoting, all the vaccinations and everything else that we've had to really push out has certainly stretched this team. And these are sort of temporary positions that we've added, and it was just mostly in this last year.
Member.
Thank you. Does, by the minister's answer to that, is she able to confirm then for this House that all government information campaigns then are run through GCPE? because I'm going off my memory bank. That's the way it used to be, but I'm just curious under this government if they've continued that practice. So does all information that is, and campaigns and advertisements and everything that's going through government and then out and disseminated out to the rest of the province, does all of that go through GCPE, funded through GCPE, and is not, there's no information campaigns or people hired, let's say, in specific ministries, so the minister referenced because of COVID. So am I to take by that from that, and I'll give the minister a chance in a second to answer, that there's been no people hired in specific ministries like health to work on COVID information plans, that everything runs through GCPE? Because I think that's an important piece to quantify, especially when we're talking about the budgetary allotments for communications of government.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you. So I can certainly let the member know that all government communications go through GCPE. There is one exception. For this fiscal, there is an MOU that we have signed with the Ministry of Health. There's 9 people who have been hired temporarily to provide COVID communications. They're GCPE folk, but they're supported by the Ministry of Health in order to provide that service to British Columbians.
Member.
Thank you for that answer. So if I understood the minister correctly, it sounds like it was already existing GCP staff that were seconded to health, or were these 9 new hires that are now in the health budget, not part of GCPE's budget?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So in this particular case, most of these folks were seconded from GCPE. There was one person who came from outside government. That it's based on a cost recovery. So it does come out of the health budget because they are doing very specific COVID-19 communications, and so work very closely with the Ministry of Health. This is it's temporary through COVID, just through this fiscal. And so it's a cost recovery that comes back to GCP.
Member.
That's, appreciate that. That's good information, and it's also understandable in the time that those GCPE folks would be situated more closely to ground zero of the activity, I would say, due to COVID. Can I take from the minister's answer then to that and that commentary that there's no other GCPE staff situated, or I guess I'll put it this way, if the minister will indulge me, I'll speak from experience. You know, as a former minister, anything I did around communications in my ministries had to go to GCPE to formulate. I was not aware, though, and so I'd love the minister to explain how the funding for that worked. So if I'm the Minister of Transportation and I'm working on a whole bunch of information that's going to be out in the media, whether it's Facebook, it's on TV, it's in the news, it's announcements, GCPE takes the lead on that. But do they bill back the Ministry of Transportation's budget, or is that built in within the GCPE overall global budget for the work of government?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So typically, each ministry has a number of GCPE staff that are embedded in the ministry, so that they understand sort of the issues of the day and can support the work. They are, however, paid by GCPE budget. So you know, that's where all of those resources come from.
Member.
Thank you. And can the minister then, for the record, and I know it's right here in the budget documents, for the minister, what is the overall budget this year for GCPE? And if she's also able to, and this might be difficult, but is the minister also to say, out of that budget for this fiscal, how much of that does she anticipate will be spent due to COVID information that's being presented? Because as I think everybody's aware, a good portion of the time that's spent right now seems to be around informational campaigns around COVID. So, thank you.
Minister.
Thank you very much. What we have in the budget for GCPE is $28.338 million. Can you guys put yourself on mute? Thanks. And the second part of the question, we have 3.537 million set aside for 4 campaigns: public health information, the vaccine rollout, the recovery, Stronger BC, wildfire prevention, and anti-racism. Million. Can you guys put yourselves on mute? Thanks.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. So maybe I'm going to ask this, and I'm going to preface my comments to say, I'm looking for some factual information here. I'm not trying to play gotcha politics with the minister, but I do have an FOI in front of me and it's from GCPE. And it's quite concerning, actually, based on the commentary that we've heard from the Premier, from the Minister of Health, and government officials with COVID. And I'm just kind of curious if, and I'll ask the Minister at the end of this if she was aware of this and can explain to me the reasoning, but GCPE contracted, I should say direct awarded to Strategic Communications, Stratcom, which everybody, it's no secret here, they're NDP supporting polling firm. They were direct awarded, and the FOI says it was direct awarded due to COVID-19 and no time to get a full competition base. So a direct award of almost $100,000 to Strategic Communications to do daily tracking polling numbers on COVID-19. And this was for last year, for the 3 months just prior to the election being called. Almost $100,000 direct award. So again, so the minister, can she tell me if she was aware of this for GCP doing a direct award using COVID as the reasoning why they couldn't put it out, but more importantly, to get information on daily tracking polling numbers. Is she aware of that, that was done?
Finance Minister.
Oh, yes.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So the member is referring to polling that was done, it sounds like last spring, if that's correct. And I wasn't the Minister of Finance, I was the Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Member.
Well, can the minister say then if she was unaware of this? I do acknowledge and recognize that she was not the minister at the time. But obviously within GCPE, is this a normal practice for them to direct award to a polling company? You know, and they're using the excuse of COVID, but has there been other direct award contracts of polling information that have gone out in the last 18 months that the minister is aware of besides this? And I'm just kind of curious because the minister said she wasn't the minister at the time. Is she saying she was unaware of this, so she never saw any polling data, she doesn't know anything about this at all?
Minister.
Thank you very much. So GCP works with a standing offers list, and so there's approved firms that they do go through a competitive process to do various things like opinion research, and they do the same thing with advertising firms. It's the same process. But we also need to remember in the pandemic, it's important to understand sort of how things are playing out on the ground, so to speak, with various changes on public health direction and where people are at. And so I'm sure the member can appreciate that during the pandemic, as things evolved and things would happen, what felt like instantly, where things would change. There was a direct award made, but traditional practice is a standing offers list with approved firms.
Member.
Yeah, I am aware, thank you. I'm aware to the minister of a standing offer and the process of having a list together. It is interesting, this one company, I believe, in the last year has received almost $400,000 from the government in polling, doing work internally for government, which is interesting. But the minister didn't also answer the last part of my question. Even though she wasn't minister at the time, was she aware that of this polling that took place? She was a minister. She was at the cabinet table. Is she able to at least tell me or answer for me? Because this was, yes, last spring into summer, into July, basically, of last year, shortly before the election was called. And it's just a little concerning when we see a company who's doing COVID polling information for government, but it didn't say which ministry that would be going to or whether it was going to cabinet. So I'm curious, if it went to cabinet, the minister probably would have seen it. She was at the table at the time. Is she aware that this was done, and what information and what was the reasoning for this information being gathered?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I think the member, recognizes, I believe, based on our discussion about how important it's been for government to understand how the pandemic has been impacting British Columbians so that we could be responsive. That we could all be responsive to the needs of British Columbians. And so, making sure that we understood how British Columbians were being impacted by the pandemic, how their lives were being impacted, I think was really, really critical to understanding. And so taking steps to hear from British Columbians so that we could understand, how people were being impacted, in which parts of the province they were having the most impact. I mean, I know that the member is well aware that, many parts of the province didn't have the same kind of impacts, that urban British Columbians had more severe impacts than rural British Columbians, based on sort of service industry and where that's located. And these are the kinds of things that government needed to understand, so that government could have a response that would meet the needs of British Columbians in the moment, so that we could get through this pandemic. And I believe it's because we were quick to get the information that we needed, quick to identify the challenges that people were experiencing, that businesses were experiencing, that communities were experiencing. Because we were quick, and again, I want to thank the public service for their tremendous hard work in throwing together and pulling together programs to respond to the needs of British Columbians. It's not normally how government works, but they did, I think, a yeoman's job in pulling together their teams and getting programs up and running. Has allowed us to be as successful as we have been. And Mr. Chair, can I ask for a 5-minute break? Is that okay? Excellent.
Absolutely. Thank you, Minister. So this committee will stand in recess for 5 minutes, returning a little after 3:25. Thank you. For members participating virtually, if you can turn your cameras back on, we're going to get this committee back into session. I know you couldn't wait. Excellent. So I'm not sure who wants to start, but let's go back to Peace River South.
Thank you, Chair. I'll take the lead on this one for now. And so right before the break there, Minister had some interesting comments. It sounds like, from what the Minister said then, she still hasn't answered my question though, it sounds like the Minister was aware of this polling taking place last fall and summer. And so I'm just kind of curious if she's able to tell me where that polling, so why were they asked to poll, first of all, but where did that polling data go? Did it go back into cabinet? And I understand if the minister stands up and talks about cabinet confidentiality, but if that's not the case, I'm just kind of curious where this polling data went.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So the polling data gets used to hear from different audiences, of course. That's why we do polling. And I just want to say, especially during COVID, I don't know if this has been the members' experience, but it's been a bit more challenging to hear from different groups because we are not at events, we're not engaged in the same way on the ground, and so it's important that we hear from a broad spectrum of British Columbians, making sure that we incorporate their thoughts, their concerns, their fears into our program development, and so that that's what this polling data informed. It informed government's reaction, government's program development. Yes, we do meet with folks through the Zoom channels and certainly on telephone, but there's really having polling data just helps you to understand, again, where people are at that perhaps aren't able to participate in our, what we call our stakeholder groups, so that we're getting a much clearer sense of, from the ground, what's going on, and so that we can be responsive. And so that information gets used in program development. That's how it has been used, and that's how I think it's always used, is making sure that we understand where people are at so that we can be a responsive government.
Peace River South.
Thank you. And I think the minister knows I'm well aware of the reasoning for polling data, polling information around decision making. My question was, this was funded through GCPE. Who is the audience that GCPE was collecting the information for? Was it specifically just to the Minister of Finance through GCPE? Was it for Cabinet? Obviously, somebody asked for this information. We haven't yet determined what the information they're looking for, but somebody asked for polling information for whatever the decision-making decisions that somebody wanted to make. So was this information for Cabinet, or was it specifically for one minister?
Minister.
Thank you. This was prepared for whole of government. Cabinet, sits around the table representing government. Given that every single ministry has been impacted by COVID and has had to have a COVID response, and so having information about how people were responding to COVID, what their needs were, I think helped every ministry to have, a response and understand, how we needed to work together. And I fondly remember, in my previous iteration as a cabinet minister, sitting with some of my colleagues, safely distant, because at the time you could meet, just a handful, sort of safely distant, and working collaboratively to, explore how to respond, given the resources that we each had as ministers, given the problems that we were identifying that people were experiencing, and how we could take the resources that we each had access to and create a program that would provide us with the opportunity to respond in a meaningful way. Because I do know that it makes people crazy when ministries are at cross purposes, for example, and it does happen on occasion. It was, but this was a time that I remember well about how closely we worked together, that we were singularly focused on a COVID response, and having the same information helped us to really define how to best respond to British Columbians' needs.
Member.
Thank you. And just quickly reading through the FOI here and the requirements around the polling, it begs the question, throughout this entire pandemic, anytime a minister has been questioned around decision-making, anytime the premier has been questioned around decision-making, they've said all of their decisions are based on scientific data and information they have. It's all science-based information that they've used to make decisions. This wasn't a scientific poll. This is a daily tracking poll of a select group of people on how they are responding to and dealing with the COVID pandemic, paid for by taxpayers' money. So this sounds like it was good information to get, as you're building an election platform, I might say as well, since it was conveniently collected right before an election. But that aside, the reason why I'm actually asking is a lot of times this information is shared public. I don't see anything that would be necessarily confidential here. Is the poll made public? Has it made public and I couldn't find it? Or is the minister and GCPE willing to share that poll publicly and table it in the House?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I want to just first of all refer to our government's commitment to have a science-based and public health-based response to the pandemic, which we have been doing for sure, and I see the member nodding, and I know that he appreciates that. But government also has to respond to the impact of the pandemic. So when we have to take action, when the public health based on science says we must do this in order to keep people safe, which is science-based, we need to understand as a government, what does that mean for people? What does that mean? How does that impact their lives? How does that impact their work? How does that impact their children? How does that impact their community? How does that impact their sense of safety in the world? How are they responding to these orders, and what's the impact? And as a government, I think, the more we understand what these orders that are delivered from a scientific base, the more we understand how that is impacting on people, the more responsive we can be. And so I want to point out that, in addition to some polling, we also did a significant public engagement through the government digital experience, as well as certainly stakeholder tables like the BC Business Council and others. We gathered information from MLAs and their constituency offices, helping to filter into government. What are you hearing on the ground? When I was the Minister for Municipal Affairs, I had for a while weekly phone calls with all mayors and regional district chairs, pretty much every week and then every other week. That's a lot of being on the phone and listening to what we were hearing from these people, these leaders in communities, and making sure that we were feeding that in centrally so that we understood what it was that we needed to do in order to respond to the impact of these orders and the impact of this pandemic is having on people's lives. And so it's for this reason, and it fits into a larger context of gathering information so that we could have a robust response and we can continue to support the people of British Columbia.
Member.
Thank you. I mean, I completely understand a lot of what the minister said, and even what she didn't say, around the hope and need to do polling to find out the appetite of the public, of how they're dealing with COVID, and what programs the government should put in place. That's can be very important information, especially leading into an election possibly being called. But my question was, who had this information, and was the minister willing to release that information? Is she going to say it's confidential and they won't? Or is the minister saying it's public and I couldn't find it somewhere?
Minister?
Thank you. So, again, I want to say to the member that, polling is done, by government to understand how programs are being perceived, how by the public, understanding how people's lives are being impacted by decisions. And certainly in this case, this, polling in combination with other other ways of gathering information from the public were pulled together, and certainly the member can take a look at all the documents, the Stronger BC documents. All of that information helped to determine how to move in the direction to respond to the impacts, to the very real impacts that people were experiencing from the pandemic. And so that's part of the report out on what we heard is in terms of the response that the public sees around, this is what we learned and this is the response to what we heard from the public around how the pandemic was impacting on them.
Member.
Thank you. I mean, listening to the minister's words carefully, she still hasn't answered my question after a few times, so I'm assuming the answer is that I didn't miss it. It's not out there somewhere, and this is government information that the minister doesn't feel necessary to release. But I also listened to the words carefully the minister just used, and she talked about, basically looking at how programs are, I believe the word the minister used, how programs are perceived. Well, this specific poll was before any programs were announced. So do I take from that and the minister's answer that, and I'll ask directly then, was this specific polling firm, because this was directly April 17th to June 30th, was this contract extended? Did they do more polling or maybe another firm after that? I understand on the FOI, right at the beginning, it says because the pandemic had just started, there was no time to do anything but do a direct award because they wanted this information. Meanwhile, 4 months later, at the end of this polling, that would have given them ample time if the minister is, we take what the minister says, that they want to continue doing polling to get information, to find out what people need. I'm not taking away from that at all. That's important to know. It sounds like also whether government programs were working. That leads me to think that more polling was done after programs were announced. So is that the case? Are there more polling information? Is there more polling information out there that government used? Was it a continuation after this one, or different firms that were used for polling?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I just want to qualify for the member that when I was talking about programs, I was referring to polling in general can have many different uses. That is a use that could certainly be used. How polling can be used. But I want to reiterate for the record, I answered this earlier, that polling typically polling work is awarded using an approved vendors list that goes through a competitive and transparent process.
Member.
Yeah, thank you. The minister did answer that earlier. That wasn't my question, though. In this case, it was done as a direct award. What my question to the minister was, this was a very specific point in time, April 17th to June 30th of 2020, was this poll. I've asked the minister consecutively if that information is public and be released. She hasn't answered that, so I'm going to take by her lack of answers that she does not, that this is not a public document, that this is internal and they don't plan on releasing it. But my question then, if that's the case though, I'm just asking, because this is part of the GCPE budget, they spent $100,000 on this poll. Were there more polls done right after this? Because this ended in June. Did they, and I'm not asking whether it was a competitive awarding process or direct award, that's not my question. My question is more of, was more polling done? This was at the beginning of the pandemic, and as the minister has rightfully said, there was a lot of unknowns and a lot of changes, and so polling maybe was an important part of decision-making of government on whether programs were working, other programs needed to be made, where money should be spent. So I guess my question was more polling done? Is this the only poll that government based all their decisions on for programming, or were there more polls done after this and maybe still being done today on programs that are being rolled out?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So the answer to the member's question is yes, more polling has been done with a variety of vendors and on a variety of topics.
Member.
Does the minister and government plan to release any of that polling data at all? The minister so far hasn't answered that question, and maybe it's even post-pandemic, but I think if taxpayers are paying for this polling information, it'd be interesting, if nothing else, if the minister wants to say it's confidential and say that the information's confidential, will they at least, let's just say on this specific one, daily tracking polling, the minister obviously is aware of this one by the way she's been answering, if we can't get the information, can we at least get the questions that were asked so we understand what government information was looking for?
Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And again, I want to reiterate about, how certainly through this pandemic, we have been and have been and continue to, gather information so that we can be responsive. And I noticed that that the speaker is seeing something that I'm perhaps not seeing, and it's distracting, but I'm wondering what it might be. But anyway, I will carry on with my response. There's a number of tools that we use that feeds into government's plans to respond. And so working together with various mediums for gathering information, polling is just one. We also, do, public engagement using surveys, right? We get survey information, that feeds in. We have stakeholder consultation, that feeds in. And each data point really helps us to get a big picture or a more solid picture. It just continues to fill in the blanks, and so that we can have a proper response. And it's that this is another in the member's example that was a really important, helpful piece of information, but it wasn't the only piece. Having the stakeholder, the roundtable where we heard from various chambers of commerce, the BC Business Council and others feeding in about what priorities they were seeing and helping us understand what tools we could use as government to help businesses get through the pandemic. Hearing from MLAs and constituencies and getting that fed into the system as well certainly helped us understand what was happening on the ground. But there's no one piece in and of itself that you can say, aha. This is really all of it coming together to give us robust information so that we can have a responsive plan. Okay, what?
Member.
Thank you, Chair. I think just want to notice, and I do appreciate the position the minister's in. Obviously, she's, decisions are having to be made, and information needs to be gathered to make those decisions. I mean, there's no argument, I believe, from myself or anybody that would look at this. I think it is important just to highlight before I move on a few things, though, that polling, the minister has said, was done, continues to be done as part of the decision-making process. But the minister, it sounds like, has agreed that this goes to cabinet and the ministers for part of the decision-making that they make. It sounds like they do not want to release by the minister's answers any information that they've gathered regarding COVID through that polling, specific to the polling information, or even the questions that were being asked. But maybe I'll ask this one, which is a little bit more direct around polling to the minister. How much was spent in last fiscal then, in the 2021 fiscal on polling, and how much is budgeted with GCPE or within government for 21-22 for polling?
Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So last year for polling, research, and for doing research and polling around pandemic and recovery, it's blended together, it's $400,000 with $150,000 for other research, so outside of pandemic. And for the year ahead, we have $200,000 identified for opinion research, or this year.
Peace River South.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to the Minister for that exchange. I mean, I think it's important information. But it also, so it leads me into, we talk about doing polling for programs. So maybe I'll switch gears quickly and we'll just do a wrap up on some of the discussion we had in the past, starting in December. And the Minister in her opening remarks, if I remember correctly, I think it was only yesterday, but it seems like a long time ago already, we talked about the BC Recovery Benefit. Can the Minister, maybe we'll just try to get some numbers on the table here for a little bit. I think it's important not only for us, but for the public. I'm not sure about the Minister. I'm assuming she sees the same ones that I do because there's still some frustrated people out there. And I'll give the Minister an opportunity in a second to maybe quantify what's gone out, who's still in the queue, because that queue part is important, especially when the frustration letters come to me and say, we talked about this in December. The Premier talked about getting this money out by Christmas. We've already accepted the fact that, it was a new program, that there was some problems with the rollout on the first couple of days, and government did their I would say their due diligence to try to expedite, make sure the system was working again, phone lines were up and doing what they could, which I applaud them on, because that's why we supported collectively in this House to have the money go out the door to help people as soon as possible. The program is set to end here, I believe, if I remember from the Minister's comments on this program, it's only in a couple of weeks. The program ends for people to be able to apply. So anybody watching, if you haven't applied, there's lots of money still in there, apply. But it begs the question though, how many people again applied? I'll put this all in one question to help the Minister because she can wrap it all up for me. How many applied? How many were denied? How many are still in the queue waiting to be paid? And will those people, will we have everybody paid by the end of June, or does she see that taking even longer as if people still apply?
Minister.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I hope the member has a pencil handy and it is sharpened. and then, of course, he's got Hansard, so he can always So I'll go through this. So the recovery benefit, we have received 2,005,701 applications. We have the number of applications that have been processed is 1,939,830. The number of British Columbians who have received the benefit is 2,667,585 British Columbians have benefited from it. Remember, there's some couples in there, right? So we're talking about number of people who've been. The amount of money that has gone out, the amount of benefit that has gone out. This is as of June 14th, so, or perhaps actually the Friday in all likelihood, is 1,321,606,197. 10,000 have been denied. They weren't eligible. And we do have 65,871 applications that are still in process. The application goes to June 30th, and staff will continue to process applications until all applications have been reviewed.
Peace River South.
Maybe I'll wrap a couple of questions into one here. So I appreciated the minister explaining to me too, because it sounded like we were saying more people got the money than actually applied, but then there is the couples that we talked about that are built into that. Actually, so maybe I'll ask this then. How many people, how many families, households, we'll put it that way, received the full $1,000? Because as the minister is well aware, when she launched this program, you know, you can get, everybody's eligible for 500 or 1,000 to a household, but it was a scale. And so in this, we could have a lot of people that maybe received $50. And yes, anybody who was needing the help and took time to apply might have needed that. But that also meant if they only received 50, they were making fairly good money during the COVID. So how many households received the full $1,000?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So the member had asked for the recovery benefit, how many of the those that have made application received the full benefit. So for the families, which was $1,000, 85% received the full amount. And for individuals, I'm just going to anticipate the next question, which was $500, 93% received the full amount.
Member.
I just have to ask the question for the minister to explain to me, and I apologize, I don't understand. I think I do. When she's saying 85% and 93%, are those 85% of applicants qualified and got the money, because I'm asking more from a dollar perspective. If we had just over 2.6 million people got money, is she saying that of that, the math doesn't match up for me. I'm just trying to understand, of that 2.6 million people that qualified, it wasn't 85% that got 1,000, so that's why what percentage, if the minister doesn't have the actual people, her staff might have percentages.
Minister.
Thank you, and we're all trying to get to the correct description, if I understand the member's question, he's trying to discern whether or not it's the number of applications, because one application might have impact 2 people or more, because they would ask as a family. I'm just trying to understand sort of, but it's still 85% of the applications that came in for families for the $1,000. 85% of those folks that put in the request got the full amount, and those that were individuals, they were entitled to 500. 93% got the full amount. So I hope that helps to clarify for the member.
Member.
Yeah, thank you. And I can do the math off of that, and so I apologize to the minister's staff for me not articulating the question succinctly enough for them to discern where I was going. So my apologies. But yeah, I was close. The information I can figure it out off of that. So again, the minister was saying it sounds like around 65,000, I believe she said, applications are outstanding. Is there let's just say I've received lots of letters, and some are telling me that they've been outstanding for months. But I'd like maybe to hear from the minister or from staff, because originally we were told that probably wouldn't be the case. But, we have to ask follow-up questions, make sure that we have all the proper information. The minister has been very succinct in her points on why that follow-up was needed based on the criteria that was put in. But understandably, there's been frustration from some. And so, I always want to put it back maybe for the minister to justify or explain, or maybe put on the record that, that's maybe not the case, that, we've actually worked through things in a timely manner. Maybe that's the answer. But there's still some frustration out there. So are there some that have been on outstanding for a lengthy period of time? And if so, why? And how are we going to catch this up? 65,000 is still quite a few, especially being in the latter weeks of the acceptance. And my assumption is we probably won't get too many more coming in now. But obviously we want to clean this up and get the money out the door to people who needed it quite a few months ago.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly appreciate the frustration, and I'm going to, can you guys put me on mute? Thanks. Hearing my echo is very disconcerting, so. Yeah, for sure. And I too, as well as Minister of Finance, receive letters of frustration from people and have been in regular contact with staff about making sure that they have the resources they need to process certainly I'll say the bolus that we received in the early days. But I also want to let the member know that we're continuing to get new applications on a daily basis. There's still lots that continue to come in. So that's, you know, when I mentioned the number of 65,000, that a lot of those are new. They're not, you know, from January or December. A lot of those are new as well. So that continues to come in. There are many of those that are in process. We are still waiting for information, and that I know. You know, it's also, I think, frustrating for me as a Minister of Finance. It's like we need more information, and would love to process it and move it through, and get staff doing other things that we need them to do. I encourage anyone who is still waiting to get the information to us so that we can continue this along and get it through the system. And there are some that are, unfortunately, the banking information that was provided wasn't correct, and those are becoming and those have been harder to resolve, and that they're working through that. And so those are sort of, if I could identify sort of three things that we're seeing that contribute to that number, that's the bulk of it. And if I just might take a moment to acknowledge Jordan Goss and her team for their commitment and their hard work in getting this program up and running and moving as quickly as they did. It was incredible work, and it was incredibly stressful for them. They did their best to not let it show, but I do know that this was a really big undertaking, and I'm grateful, and I know that the millions of British Columbians who have received the benefit, who then went shopping in the local economy and helped businesses through the last few months, that's made a difference in millions of British Columbians' lives, and I think we can all be proud of helping in that regard.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for that information. You know, it's important. We too, I mean, the reason why, again, all three sides of the House, all three parties in the House supported this was because we wanted it to get out to help people who are struggling, people who lost their jobs. I won't revisit the whole debate that we had last December. It's not a good use of our time because, you know, obviously there was a lot of debate around the criteria, because there were a lot of people, I would argue, that lost their jobs in 2020, that because of the criteria that was laid out, did not qualify to be able to apply for this specific grant. But I guess maybe I was just reading through the minister's mandate letter, and one of the bullets in there, as soon as possible, provide immediate relief for people by delivering a one-time recovery benefit. My assumption is this is what we're talking about. Is there anything else planned, or is the minister going to be able to check that one off her list? Is that what she's thinking?
Minister.
Thank you. I have giggling in my ear from staff because it has been a tremendous amount of work. And so yes, I do get to tick that one off of my list.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. And I believe, to go to the point that the minister raised two answers ago, also thank the staff, because I know what it's like being in a government position, having to, for whatever reason, make up a policy on a spur of a moment to meet a need. And the work is, as we know, is done by the public sector. It's done by our staff, the people behind the scenes who don't get the accolades for the work they do as well. So I'll look at the camera and say thank you very much to them as well, because I too can appreciate the stress they were under and why they would possibly be giggling, as the minister put it, on being able to cross that one off the list. One that the minister can't cross off her list, though, and I'm curious, she hasn't been able to cross it off yet, and what the plan is, because it's also listed in the mandate letter, and this is around a renter's rebate, support for renters. This government has spoken about a $400 renter's rebate now for 5 years almost. 2017 election, 2020 election, it keeps coming up and the promise is there. I'm wondering where the minister, though, can point to in the budget documents that it's finally going to happen. I was not able to find it in there, even though it appears to be in the mandate letter to come up with a income tested, I believe is now it's changed to. Didn't used to be, but an income tested renter's supplement of some sort. Is that in the budget somewhere, and can the minister point to that?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. When we formed government in 2017, housing affordability, I could argue, and well, I do argue, and I will continue to argue, was the #1 issue for sure. And as a government, we put together a significant 30-point plan that took a look at how to best address what was happening that, from my perspective, had been ignored for a very long time, and it needed attention. And so we took significant steps to build out housing that hadn't been built. Government hadn't been concerted in its effort to build subsidized housing. So with a $7 billion 10-year investment to put together Homes from BC plan and build out housing for women fleeing violence, for Indigenous people, for people that needed supportive housing, as well as starting the housing hub, doing middle income housing, and doing community housing as well with the housing sector, the nonprofit housing sector. We also took a number of steps to address loopholes that existed in the system. We funded the residential tenancy branch. It had been severely underfunded for a very, very long time, taking months and months and months for arbitration. That's made a difference. We brought in an enforcement branch, compliance and enforcement branch, so we actually have an enforcer on the ground to help manage the relationship between renters and landlords. We took significant steps to, we closed the fixed term lease loophole. It was one of the first things we did to make sure that it was a fair system. We've been, looking at the Residential Tenancy Act, bringing in significant measures there after the Rental Housing Task Force did their work. We took speculation out of the market with demand-side measures. The previous Minister of Finance, Carol James, and ticked everything off of her list that she was responsible for in terms of delivering. And so we've been taking significant action, and we continue to, because it is a 10-year plan, and we continue to take action. The new Minister of Housing continues to roll out the housing component in terms of building the kind of housing that is desperately needed. Working with the federal government as well as a partner. They're finally back into the housing business, and so that's making a difference. We've brought in rental-only zoning, a housing needs assessment, a report that's required. We've taken significant steps of our 30-point plan, and there's activity happening on all of that. And there is a renter's rebate that is a part of my mandate, and I look forward to doing that work, to getting it ready. It is a 4-year term that we are here, and my mandate letter is, part of recognizing that we have 4 years to get this work done, and I look forward to continuing to roll up my sleeves with the Minister of Housing to continue to make action on the housing front.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate the minister's answer, and I guess what we can take from that is it's not in the budget this year then, because she's saying it's a 4-year mandate, so she won't be able to cross that one off the list anytime soon. But I think it's also important to highlight, though, although the minister and government continue to try to, I'd say, skirt the issue in a little way, is affordability still one of the largest issues. Supportive subsidized housing is a piece, for sure. But rental rates have gone up, I believe, an average of around $1,400 a year in the Lower Mainland. As the minister well knows, through the property transfer tax revenue, you look at the amount of, in the housing market, it's skyrocketing. The values of homes have gone up by hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars on average for, some would say, a basic home, just to try to get into the market. It was because of those issues that 4 years ago, the government announced a $400 rebate. The government announced as part of their platform originally in 2017 that because of the housing prices going up, because mostly of around the rental stock and properties going up, that they would bring in a $400 rebate. And then they again announced it in 2020. What I found interesting to the minister was also an FOI that I was able to get my hands on, that the work was done back in 2018. It was fully costed, it was presented to government, it was a costed plan for the $400 renter's rebate, which talked about $163 million price tag for the phase out of this, and that was in 2018, but then nothing was done. And now the minister has said, rightfully so, that the government has a majority and a 4-year mandate, but if the minister was to take another year, 2 or 3, or let's say even the 4 years towards the end of the mandate to put this forward, that's now 7, 8, 9 years from the original promise. So I guess I'll wrap that up into a question that the work was done in 2018, fully costed, to implement it, to be able to, for the Minister of Finance at the day, which was not this minister, obviously, but that could have been put into the budget 2 years ago. I assume that's why the work was done, to cost it out. So if it wasn't put in then or in subsequent budgets, is the minister able to commit at least that, to the people that are requiring this, that there's going to be some kind of relief coming soon?
Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Welcome to the chair. We are committed to the renters rebate, but fixing the housing crisis, and I think the member will likely recognize that, it's not easy, and it certainly won't happen overnight. And again, when we formed government in 2017, and I was the Minister of Housing, we took very, very significant steps in a very, very short period of time to form government in July of 2017, and then by early 2018 have a 30-point plan. Again, took a significant amount of work to address a significant housing crisis that had been ignored for many, many years. And we have already taken significant steps to address renters' needs in British Columbia, and I read a list of things that we had done. But what I neglected to include was enhancing both the Shelter Aid for Elderly Renters program, SAFER, as well as the Rental Assistance program. We've enhanced that. We've added additional funds to support those families. It provides monthly cash assistance to low-income seniors and families. It makes a real difference, given the significant challenges. But again, the other piece that we've done that's really significant, that's delivered hundreds and hundreds of dollars into people's pockets, is we've cut the annual allowable rent increase. Before we were in government, it was 2% plus the cost of living increase. And I could never for the life of me figure out where the 2% came from. There was no record of it anywhere. And so we eliminated that. It was just about the cost of living increase so that it was more predictable. When you add that up, and if you add up what just that piece, taking it out of the formula, that's saved hundreds and hundreds of dollars every single year for renters. And that's a significant indication, I think, about our commitment to supporting renters. Additionally, through COVID-19, we put in place a rent freeze through to this year. And I know that was also well received by renters, appreciating that they could have stability and not have to worry about what that would mean for them going forward. And I also want to reiterate, during the pandemic, what a key program, and I do need to give a shout out again to the public service, to the folks at BC Housing. I was a housing minister, and putting together a temporary rent supplement, $500 per month for households with children, $300 a month for households that didn't have children, and getting that up and running, and I want to say it was done like in 10 days, which was like a miracle of miracles. I do need to tip my hat to BC Housing and getting it into the hands and directly to landlords. So it was a two-step process. We wanted to make sure that landlords got their rent, at least partial rent. Again, those were, in my personal experience, those were days what I would call, I'll call them semi-panic, because that's what it felt like. We were moving so quickly to support people because we didn't know what the impact of the pandemic was going to be. We didn't know the impact of COVID-19 and what the health crisis was going to look like. We hadn't yet figured out protocols for how to keep each other safe. We just knew that we were all at risk, particularly our seniors. Having folks like BC Housing on the ground, putting together a program in a very short order, delivering for renters right around the province was very significant. And I'm very grateful for the work that they have done and the ways in which they help people get through the pandemic.
Member, Peace River South.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome. We talk about choices. We've brought that up a few times today, and choices have impacts. And so earlier we were talking about polling. I'd be curious if the minister's ever done this kind of polling, because, I'm a former contractor, so I've built lots of houses and have lots of friends who have done that as well. And affordable housing, some low-income housing, and some larger homes. When you put supports in place for the renters, I understand that. It's admirable in the sense that government's trying to help the renters. But if you're not, doing the whole circle, though, you have to think about supply and demand as well. Because the number one issue that I'm hearing in the construction field is why would I build rental stock when the government keeps putting freezes on what I can or cannot do with that rental stock, while prices are skyrocketing right now? And the Minister mentioned lumber earlier. I mean, I'm doing the math right now on some places, and you know, it's near impossible to even break even as a developer with the costs to build a place when there's rental freezes on. Now, the rental freezes were important in certain aspects, but most people would also say that if we build more stock, it also helps alleviate some of the stress. You know, I'll use an example of, you know, my youngest daughter just moved to the minister's neck of the woods from Dawson Creek. She moved down here, and she's paying more than double for rent for what she paid up in Fort St. John. And that is in a place half the size, forcing her to try to find a roommate. And, you know, those are the struggles or challenges that people go through. But typically, and as the minister knows with myself and herself as a former local government person, you know, we try to find ways to inspire contractors, developers to build more stock. And we used to always say, even at the UBCM and in local government, you know, if you can get more inventory and more investment and more in housing stock, that will in turn help the renters because there's more availability. So as this government has been putting freezes on, and especially with COVID, what impact has that been then to the housing market for development? And as a former housing minister, I think the minister would be quite aware of some of those challenges. And we want to see both happen. So what's happening then, while we're not seeing the renters rebate right away, what's government doing to try to inspire and instill more investment from the private sector for development to try to fill that rental stock? Is that work being done too?
Minister.
Thank you very much. And the member was asking questions about, how do we stimulate the right kind of development? And I think I need to go back to some of the work that our government did when back as part of the 30-point plan. And I want to start with the housing needs assessment. So when I became housing minister back in 2017, I was shocked. I was shocked to find out that from housing policy perspective, that there really hadn't been a robust repository of information or data about our housing stock, what kind of housing we had, what was how was it meeting people's needs, what were the gaps. There was no one collecting provincial data to help a government, any government, make a decision about housing. And so we immediately set to work around, okay, how are we going to get this data? And so we've made it a requirement. We brought in legislation that requires all local governments to do a housing needs assessment, and they need to update it every 5 years. And the idea that I learned from when I was in local government was I was making decisions for the city of Coquitlam without having an understanding of what kind of housing stock we needed. And Coquitlam is very suburban. It is mostly single family. A handful of duplexes, a handful of townhouses, and because SkyTrain was coming, we were seeing tons and tons and tons of condos, 600 square foot condos, but nothing in between. And in hindsight, we now know that the 600 square foot condos were being built because the developers were saying we're building them because the market demands it. But the market was not for people having families. The market wasn't for young people starting out even. Perhaps there was a small portion of that. And it certainly wasn't for downsizing, because God knows I love my husband, but I would kill him in a 600 square foot condo. For downsizing, it would be disastrous. More for him than for me, but it would still be disastrous. And so we were saying yes to these developments because it was an investor market. It was about safe investment, and that's not the kind of housing that people needed. So we brought forward this housing needs assessment, which helps local governments who are responsible for the land use planning to understand what their needs are so they can make informed decisions. It also tells the private sector what the appetite is going to be of the local government, because it meets their needs assessment. I mean, we expect and we should expect that our local governments are responding to the needs of the community. And so it would align people much better in responding to the needs of British Columbians. And so that work is continuing. We brought that in, I want to say 2019. It is a bit of a blur right now, but that is well in hand. The other thing that we did that I think is about stimulating the market is about bringing in rental-only zoning. And we're starting to see that there's uptake on that. And when I was the housing minister, I would have conversations regularly with the private sector about what were their challenges in terms of building the right kind of housing in different communities. Because what the member might need in his community is going to be different than what's needed in my community. What's needed in my community right now is row homes and townhomes and duplexes. That might not be what Dawson Creek might need. What I heard certainly from the private sector, there were two things. One was land costs, and the other thing was access to labor. Those were their two biggest challenges for building rental in particular. And so what we did was we brought in a rental-only zoning that would allow some temperance of those pieces of land, that when a local government zoned it for rental only, it took out the condo developer out of the market. They were that people that wouldn't be interested, and so it changed the dynamics in the marketplace. That work we're certainly going to keep an eye on in terms of how it stimulates the market. But I also want to read into the record that home building has been resilient, with housing starts averaging 37,903 units in 2020, which is well above the long-run historical average of around 31,000. They were down by 15% in 2020, partly because of the really significant construction year the year before. But year to date, April 2021, housing starts were 40.8% higher than the same period a year ago. So we are seeing, significant housing being built. And if I recollect, I don't have the note in front of me, and I can get for the member, but if I recall correctly, we are seeing a record number of rental being built in this province in a way that we have not seen ever before. I've seen it certainly in my community in Coquitlam. More and more rental buildings being built. Thankfully, they're being built near SkyTrain, which makes a significant difference. They're reducing parking requirements as well, so that it actually becomes more affordable. So there's all of these various component parts coming together. There's still a ways to go. I'm not denying that, we still have lots of work to do. The market, the home buyer market continues to be volatile, so there's certainly lots of work for us to do. And working with all orders of government in order to address housing affordability is very much top of mind for me and for the Minister of Housing.
We've got time for more questions, but if you'd like to move on, I know we are going to be moving to Premier's estimates shortly. Minister.
I'd like to...
There's that wonderful script.
I move that the committee rise, report progress, and ask leave to sit again.
Thank you, members. Thank you, Minister. Members have heard the question. All those in favor of rising and reporting progress, aye. Those opposed indicate nay. Motion is carried. I believe we will wait for the speaker now. Thank you.
Committee Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Committee of Supply, Section B, estimates for Ministry of Finance, reports progress and seeks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again, Minister of Finance, Acting Government House Leader?
Later today. Later today.
So ordered. Government House Leader.
I call estimates of the Premier's office.
Committee Chair.
So I'd like to put this committee into recess until we are ready to go for the Premier's estimates. Thank you, everyone. So for those participating virtually, please turn those cameras on now, and we will get started in a moment for the estimates for the Premier's office. Okay, good. All right, let's begin. We're here for the estimates of the Premier's office, and to move the vote, I recognize the Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I move vote 11, resolved that a sum not exceeding $14,678,000 be granted to Her Majesty to defray the expenses of the office of the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Premier. Did you want to make some opening remarks?
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair and colleagues. It's an honour and a privilege to stand once again to defend the office budget for the office of the Premier. This has been, as we all know, a year unlike any other that we've experienced as legislators, as citizens, as a country. Not since 1918 has there been a global pandemic that has so rocked now a world of 7 billion souls. And here in British Columbia, we 5.2 million people have been doing our level best to ensure that we keep each other safe, to ensure that our communities continue to operate, and that to the best of our ability, our businesses have been able to operate with strict protocols put in place with consultation through the Public Health Office and WorkSafe BC. Similarly, to workplaces, our schools and places of worship have been disrupted and affected by the events of the past 15 months. But here in British Columbia, we have all leaned in together, and collectively, the outcomes have been positive by and large right across the board. This past week, we announced step 2 of our restart plan, starting today, ensuring that people can start to gather together in larger numbers in a more safe manner. We've seen our vaccination program, the largest in BC history, put over 76% of the adults over 18 have had a first dose, and we're heading to 17% of second doses. Registrations continue. Vaccines are now coming in sufficient numbers that we can confidently say that we are absolutely on the right track. But I'll go back for a moment to put some context for members and for all British Columbians that back in March of 2020, we did not have the prospect of safe and effective vaccines. We only had the specter of uncertainty. In fact, we were knee-deep in uncertainty. But we came together as legislators in this place with a hybrid model, somewhat similar to what we're seeing here today, coming together to ensure that the business of the people of British Columbia could take place. And by and large, we've been successful in that regard. The government, since the start of this fiscal year, has put in place a number of programs, many of them focused on businesses, many of them focused on communities, and of course, individuals also benefited from a tax-free payment of $1,000 through the recovery benefit for families, $500 for individuals. I know those resources were well needed by people right across British Columbia to meet their daily expenses and to continue to go through what has been the most extraordinary of times. We saw significant job loss in a number of sectors at the front end, and we've seen those jobs slowly coming back to the point now where I'm seeing in the daily press more calls for concerns about an absence of workers to meet the demands of a reopened economy. These are issues that we all need to focus on. It's not just in one sector or two sectors, it's right across the board. As we took steps to address the challenges in our long-term care sector, that had an impact on workers in other sectors. And as we start the restart plan, we're seeing and hearing from businesses that are concerned that they won't have sufficient workers to meet the challenges ahead. That calls on all of us to make sure we're doing what we can to support those who are looking for training or retraining, to support those who are looking to transition from one sector into another. And British Columbia is filled, of course, with dynamic, innovative people, businesses, and of course, communities that are as diverse as Atland in the north, Creston in the Kootenays, or even Cumberland here on Vancouver Island. All with citizens focused on getting through the pandemic and rebuilding and having a restart plan, of course, that works for everyone. Now, it's not been without its challenges, honourable members. I know each and every one of us will have unique stories about people in our community who have faced unimaginable hardship over the past 15 months. Over 1,700 people have lost their lives. Families are grieving the loss of loved ones, and they were also grieving the inability to access loved ones in long-term care because of appropriate restrictions to keep people safe during the height of the second and then the third wave. But there is good news on the horizon. We see through the Restart Plan a clear path forward for every sector, for every British Columbian, and I know more and more people are going to be traveling around BC over the next couple of weeks, and indeed, as we talk, I'm going to be meeting with the federal Prime Minister and my colleagues across the country on Thursday to talk in more detail about what an international restart plan would look like, what role British Columbia can play in that restart. And of course, we've been engaging through various ministers with stakeholders in the for-profit, not-for-profit, volunteer sector, as well as families to try and find out what's the best way forward. Where will British Columbians be comfortable? What we do know is there's a high degree of anxiety in communities. I know the minister responsible for mental health and addiction raises these issues with us regularly in cabinet and in discussions, but we know in our bones that people are anxious about what the future may hold. There's a sense of excitement that the worst is behind us. The vaccine program is rolling out effectively. We're meeting our targets. We're meeting the criteria, the data that Dr. Henry and her team set out for us. And in the next number of weeks, I'm hopeful that we can get back to something more resembling regular. Of course, as we go through the final week of this spring session, we can look forward to a fall session, hopefully where all of us can gather in this place, where we can have the robust and vigorous debates that all of us want to participate in. But I hope that we'll be able to do that, Honourable Speaker, respectfully, acknowledging that each and every one of us come here with the same objective, to lift up the people in our community. We all put our hands up in the last election and said, I would like to go to Victoria and represent your interests, not go to Victoria so that I can represent Victoria's interests to you. That speaks to the diversity on both sides of the House, not just in configuration and ethnicity and gender and orientation, but it speaks to the differences we all bring to this place regardless of where we come from. I'm hopeful over the next number of hours, Honourable Speaker, as we go through not just the financial estimates that are usually the focus of these discussions. I know that the Leader of the Opposition will take the same latitudes that I did when I held her position to talk about a range of issues, and I welcome that. But again, I'm hopeful that we can do that in the respectful way that we have been conducting ourselves by and large in question period and in debates around legislation, and get through the next number of hours informing the public of British Columbia why we're making budgetary decisions, why we're making policy decisions, always focused, regardless of where we sit in this place, in lifting up our constituents and making British Columbia a better place.
Recognizing the Leader of Her Majesty's Loyal Opposition.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair, and I appreciate your assistance with the earlier question. Thank you for that. I want to thank the Premier for making his opening remarks, and this is the beginning of several days and of questions that we will engage in. This is a place of accountability, and this is the opportunity for the opposition, and as the Premier referenced in his comments, I do well remember the days that he sat on this side of the Legislature and the process that we went through. His remarks, though, provide me with an important segue and a beginning to some of the questions I want to ask to start this discussion, because it matters to me a great deal. I know that the Premier is well known for his referral to the fact that when there are tough issues, and I will use his language, the buck stops with him. And we're going to walk through this process with that in mind. One of the things that I do want to make sure that is on the record, the delay in the introduction of the budget has caused some challenges for the opposition, both opposition parties, in terms of trying to work our way through the estimates process. The time necessary has been a challenge, and that is unfortunate from my perspective. There will be, at times in this discussion, some uncomfortable questions. That is part of what takes place in this chamber. That's the way this work has to be done, and the opportunity that we get. I certainly do hope that there will be an opportunity for this to be continue to be done in a respectful way. But I want to reflect for a moment on the statement that the Premier made about extraordinary circumstances. And I want to begin with a discussion of some of the decisions that the Premier made related to mandate letters. That is his job, and he has outlined in the mandate letters to his ministers, it's repeated in the mandate letters, and I want to begin there because I think this is absolutely essential. If one is going to signal that things should be done differently, then one would assume they will be done differently. Here's the quote from the mandate letter. I quote, Mr. Speaker, British Columbians expect their elected representatives to work together to advance the broader public good, despite their partisan perspectives. That means seeking out, fostering, and championing good ideas regardless of their origin, end quote. I'm sure the Premier knows that this will begin a theme throughout some of the questions that I will be asking over the next several days. I would like the Premier to know that I agree with those words, but I'm very concerned that there have been a significant number of opportunities to take advantage of that mandate, which the Premier, to this point, has refused to do. So let's start there. Both the official opposition and the third party have written to the Premier, calling on him, in the spirit of the language of the mandate letters, to activate the Select Standing Committee on Aboriginal Affairs. Will the Premier outline for us today why, considering the mandate that he's laid out for his ministers, he has been so reluctant to demonstrate to British Columbians that of all the issues we should be working together on, perhaps reactivating the Aboriginal Affairs Committee would be a very good start.
Mr. Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I thank the Leader of the Opposition for her question. And she will know that the past 3 years have been very, very full in this legislature talking about issues of reconciliation. First and foremost, of course, would be the unanimous passage of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples in the form of the Declaration Act. We had a lot of discussion in this place. We had a lot of debate. We had a lot of side conversations with former ministers. I see one of them in the place right now, who I certainly talked to personally about some of the issues that were at play in those debates that were taking place here in this House. Recent events in Tk'emlúps and Secwépemc territory may well lead to a calling of the committee to do work that has been brought forward as requested by Indigenous leadership in those territories where residential schools or survivors of residential schools and their children and grandchildren may reside. But as I've said in this House during the past 10 days or the past week, that we will be guided by the leadership in Indigenous communities on that question. And if they certainly request that we collect together in this House to have a standing committee meeting to talk about a range of issues, I would certainly endorse that. But we have just released the first year, the DRIPA annual report yesterday. This will evoke discussion, I'm sure, among members on all sides of the House. The minister stands ready to have those discussions either in here or offline, and I'm confident that that will be productive work. Should again there be, as a result of events into Kamloops territory around the residential school issues that have been brought to the fore again, that a committee would be struck to discuss those issues, I would welcome that. But that's not what I'm hearing today from Indigenous peoples. What I'm hearing today is that the Truth and Reconciliation Commission did extraordinarily good work led by Indigenous people, laying out 94 calls to action. And it's incumbent on governments to follow through on those actions, the federal government and the provincial government. And if there is deficiencies and accountability is required, I'm confident that the Leader of the Opposition will bring that to my attention.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much. And I think the Premier is well aware of the fact that I am not suggesting that we step out in front of First Nations in British Columbia. No one is suggesting that. And I absolutely respect the fact that work has been done. There is no reason that it would not demonstrate the Premier's commitment to working across partisan lines to deal with an issue as important as this. But it doesn't stop there, so apparently the Premier is not prepared to, at this point, to activate the Select Standing Committee on Aboriginal Affairs. We've also made another request to the Premier. Again, these are issues that the Premier identified in the mandate letter for his ministers, and yet when given the opportunity to demonstrate that that actually matters, we have seen the answer be no. And in fact, in my case, it's actually not even a no. So let me explain that, again, the official opposition and the leader of the third party have written to the Premier, not once, not twice, more than multiple times, in fact, asking the Premier to activate the Select Standing Committee on Health with a particular focus. Again, we've talked about Aboriginal affairs and the circumstances related to the need to take action. We have a crisis in British Columbia with 6 British Columbians dying every day related to overdose in this province. I, for one, cannot understand why the Premier would not see it as an asset to engage every member that represents a part of British Columbia where numbers are substantive, where I live, where other people live. So I respectfully wrote to the Premier on multiple occasions, and to date have not received a single direct response to me as the Leader of the Opposition. If the Premier has made a commitment to doing things differently, it has been unapparent at this point. I received a letter from the minister responsible offering a briefing on a specific issue related to the overdose crisis. I think that 6 British Columbians dying every day warrant the attention of every member of this House. It should be done in a public, transparent way. The leader of the third party and I were willing to sit down and work with the Premier, his staff, his team, with anybody to create the mandate for us to have a discussion. Instead, not a single response to more than one letter to me directly, to the leader of the third party. Could the Premier just tell me and tell British Columbians why it is so difficult to imagine that we could actually work together in a public, transparent way through an existing mechanism of this legislature to deal with the critical issue of overdose in our province?
Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. And again, when I received correspondence from the Leader of the Opposition and the Leader of the Third Party, I transferred it to the Minister responsible for the subject matter that was raised in the correspondence. That's a leadership style that is consistent with seeking out the best way for collaboration. It wouldn't have been a collaboration between the Leader of the Opposition, the Leader of the Third Party, and myself. It would have been a collaboration between the official parties on the opposite side and the Minister responsible. An opportunity for subject matter experts to burrow down on the issues that were being raised by opposition members. And I appreciate that the traditional approach, although we didn't see the Ministry of Aboriginal Affairs, or pardon me, the Standing Committee on Aboriginal Affairs sit at all for 15 years, that's not the point. The point is that as we come through COVID and we come back to a more normal legislature where all of us are here regularly engaging in debates in this place as well as having revived committees, I think that may well be the appropriate way forward. But as an interim step, I thought it appropriate in consultation with the Minister responsible to reach out to the Leader of the Opposition and the Leader of the Third Party to set up a briefing schedule on issues and areas of concern to members on the opposite side, to have that dialogue and prepare for the fall. And of course, any good ideas that came forward as a result of that would have been immediately operationalized by the Minister responsible. The Leader of the Opposition will know, although she spent most of her time in this place on the government benches in cabinet, committee work is onerous, it's time consuming, it takes up the work of committee clerks, it takes up work to read the report, complete the report, prepare the report, and I'm not suggesting that's not without its merit, because it most certainly is. But in this unique time, it seemed appropriate to both myself and the Minister responsible, particularly when it comes to the opioid crisis, that briefings on subjects that were of concern to the leaders of the opposition parties and other members was a more appropriate way to start that dialogue. We are all in this together, Honourable Speaker, and the former Leader of the official opposition, the member for Vancouver-Quilchena, had a very, very poignant engagement on some of the issues affecting life in communities that are that see high incidences of opioid deaths and opioid overdoses. And I believe it's that type of engagement that the Leader of the Opposition wants to pursue. And I believe the best way to start that is going directly to the subject matter experts within government, which she knows full well as her time on this side of the House, and engage in those discussions and see where we go and how we can better bring on other members of the legislature to have those dialogues. But in a hybrid model, with all of the resources that are required to just keep us going at what we're doing today, to duplicate that into our committee process would have been onerous and difficult. Not ruling it out, I'm just saying that it's not appropriate at the moment. In the interim, I would encourage the Leader to take up the offer from the Minister responsible for mental health and addictions. Let's get some briefings and some dialogues and get some baselines of where we want to go collectively, and then start on that journey.
Leader of the Opposition.
Well, thank you very much. And I think that our team and critics have taken advantage of briefings provided by a number of ministers, and that has been appreciated. This is bigger than a briefing. 6 British Columbians are dying every day. The Premier's own words talk about advancing the broader public good despite partisan perspectives. There is a connotation that a briefing is one thing, a dialogue transparent for British Columbians, demonstrating the very words that the Premier actually put in ministers' mandate letters is pretty important. Yes, committee work is part of what we do. It's not considered onerous, it's considered important and part of how we get to the best outcome, how we get to what is in the best interest of the people of British Columbia. So I will remain disappointed, whether it's related to Aboriginal affairs, whether it's related to the Standing Committee on Health. The mandate says one thing, and when we actually work hard, and independently, by the way, in terms of with the third party as well, to say we want to work together to try to be part of the solution here, not receive a behind closed doors briefing, which is helpful, but it's not what we asked for. I'll move on in the essence of time, because the third example I give is one that I find I guess because I believe that the work of a constituency MLA is absolutely essential, that the work we do here in the legislature matters. Of course it does, it's part of our job, but I know the Premier knows this. I know that from my perspective, what I do as a constituency MLA matters enormously. And of all things, that should be above partisan behavior. And I actually believe that one of the things we share in this place as MLAs is that we actually want to serve our constituents well. So I would like to ask the Premier a very specific question, and then we'll pursue it a tiny bit. Did the Premier provide direction that MLA offices are no longer allowed to work directly with regional offices and regional staff, and must instead, in every situation, go through the minister's office?
Premier.
Well, thank you, Honourable Speaker, and we'll continue to turn over rocks on this side. We have no knowledge, I certainly have no knowledge of any directives of that kind. I do know that regional staff are engaging all the time with local representatives. I know just from a text that just come through that there's an ADM dedicated in the Minister of Economic Recovery, Jobs and Innovation to deal with MLAs of all parties on the restart plan to make sure that everyone has as up-to-date and current information as is possible. So although if the Leader of the Opposition, Honourable Chair, wants to give us more specifics of these concerns, we're happy to follow up, but I have no knowledge of any directives of any kind, and I do know as having spent an interminable amount of time on that side of the House, how important it is to be able to establish relationships with professional public servants to make sure that you can get easy and timely information for your constituents. But there also gets to a point where it's more difficult for those professional government employees to do their work if they are doing casework constantly for particular MLAs. So there may be examples where there was an excessive use of that, but again, there will certainly be no directive by me or anyone else to suspend that.
Leader of the Official Opposition.
Well, thank you very much, and I appreciate the opportunity to raise the issue with the Premier directly, because there is some work that needs to be done here. I know that I serve my constituents to the very best of my ability, and it is not about partisan politics. I don't seek solutions so that I can somehow reflect on the government. What I care about is British Columbians getting the answers they need and they deserve. And for some people, Working their way through a government system is virtually impossible without the help of their MLA. I know that I care deeply about that as a constituency MLA, and I would be certain that most people in this legislature feel that way. I have seen, and I have a copy of a policy directive, and I have to admit, I am deeply concerned about that. MLA, and I quote, MLA offices should not contact local FLNRO offices directly, and I only use that because that's one example. It is a directive that has been provided, and there is documentation required. MLA offices should not contact local offices directly. Case files from constituents need to be known to the minister's office. The direction goes on. This is from a government that said, and from a premier who said he wanted to do things differently. They're different, all right. We're having trouble serving our constituents because for some reason, relationships with regional public servants is now being discouraged, documented. You have to call through the minister's office. That is not acceptable. We all want to do the same thing, serve constituents. So I am asking the premier today if he will commit to rescinding that policy direction, and if there has been some specific incident that has caused a massive change, like you can't talk to your regional staff, then I would be happy to know what that looks like. I know my caucus, and I know how hard they work. This is an impediment, it is a problem, it is unfair, and I would like to ask the premier today to fix it.
Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Well, again, I'm not aware of the directive. If the opposition leader wants to share the document she has with me, I'm happy to look into it. But I do want to reflect on circumstances because sometimes, Honourable Chair, you'll know this as a good, solid constituency MLA as well as a former cabinet minister, that if there are issues that are in regional offices, field staff, they are there to serve the public. They're there to assist the public in getting through the labyrinth of processes. I fully support the Leader of the Opposition's statement in that respect. But I do remember in my interminable time as an opposition member, a lot of frustration as well when I couldn't get timely answers to constituent questions. And one that springs to mind, Honourable Chair, is a log jam on the San Juan River in Port Renfrew, which is a long, long way from this place, and a long, long way from the then Solicitor General who was responsible for emergency preparedness. And I had constituents extremely concerned that this log jam that had been building up for generations was going to burst. Media were arriving on scene to watch this catastrophic event. It was horrifying for the people in my community. And I reached out to the then minister at the time. I had to go through the minister's office because that was what my constituency office was told when they contacted the appropriate person at Emergency Management BC. So my own personal experience is consistent with the concerns that the Leader of the Opposition raises in my time in opposition. So I want to assure her that I would not have overseen or directed any such edict to staff, because that's something that I know is not acceptable in a modern democracy where people come in good faith, as I said in my opening remarks, to solve problems for people. That's what we do. That's why we chose this vocation. So unless I can see clearly what the minister has in her hand that she's referring to, I can't really speak to it. You have significant access through the wildfire season. And again, I look to my friend from Ominika or Nechako Lakes, who I depended on when the government transitioned from the former government to the current government. His experience with the wildfire season, which at that time was the worst in our history until 2 years later when we had an even worse fire season. So I think the collaboration should be there. I think that there's also, and again, someone responsible for a lot of field staff, as that member was, would want to know that there needs to be a coordination of activity and there needs to be some semblance of order as issues are coming forward. If it's resolving issues for constituents, that's certainly one thing. When I think of the logjam, the argument I got back from the minister of the day was that I was going to make politics. And it may well have appeared on the surface to be the case. This is a political environment. But it was not that at all, Honourable Speaker. It was about a big, huge pile of logs descending upon a community that I represented. It was not about politics, it was about public safety. And despite that, I had a significant run around and never did really get the answers I was looking for. Doesn't matter, the log jam was taken apart, fish habitat was saved, all was well. But at the time, I was extremely frustrated. So I can well understand if members on the opposite side are feeling that they're being obstructed or impaired in their ability to provide services to their constituents, that they should raise it here. If you want to share that document, I'll look into it further.
Leader of the Official Opposition.
Well, thank you very much, and I do appreciate the Premier's response. I'll just give you the title of it. It's called MLA Quick Office Quick Guide, Services and Contact Information. It is quite a thorough document, and I'm certain that it wouldn't be the only ministry that has these guidelines, because I've heard it day after day after day. Let me just articulate for the Premier before we move on to other important topics, but this really matters to me. This is the heart of what we do. And I guess we can look back at experiences we've all had, but again, I raise this in the context of the Premier's mandate letter to each and every minister, which says, and I would remind him again, they expect their elected representatives to work together to advance the broader public good despite their partisan perspectives. And what are we told? Let me just add a few bullets to the last comment I made. The inquiry process is as follows. The MLA office sends an email to the executive assistant. She will request information from the appropriate ministry staff. Ministry staff will prepare a response and provide it to the executive assistant, who will send it back to the CA. How about we just create constructive working relationships in the communities we live in, with the people who work as public servants, who actually know that we know our constituencies. And then the kicker for me, if constituents are not satisfied after the information has been provided to them regarding their file, they can reach out to the BC Ombudsperson. How about we try to solve problems together? So I am going to take the Premier at his word that he didn't know about this process. I am going to ask that he and his staff reiterate to his ministers the mandate letter requirements, and respectfully, on behalf of other MLAs in this legislature, I don't know if that applies to government MLAs or not. Maybe it does, which would be even more disconcerting, but I know it applies to us, and I would like to see that fixed. So as we talk about doing things differently, communicating, setting aside partisan differences, I hope the Premier will reconsider his unwillingness to reactivate the Standing Committee on Aboriginal Relations, that he would consider finding a way for us to get to yes on working together on an epidemic, a crisis in British Columbia, and I would be happy to provide some of the other observations from members of my caucus as we work to try to serve our constituents in a nonpartisan way. So I will take the Premier at his word that he will follow up on that and that we can see some improvement. Our only goal is to serve our constituents. And when there's an issue, they're not going to wait for us to send an email to an MA who's going to give it to the ministry, who's then going to get back to the MA, to the CA. They need help and they need it now. And that's what we got elected to do. Let's move on to the Premier's office budget. I know that our time is restricted. I'm wondering if the Premier could, and I know that he has multiple staff here, so I think these should be sort of the fairly straightforward basic questions about budget. So my first question is, how many FTEs are funded out of Vote 11, which is $14.678 million for the office of the Premier?
Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. And while staff are finding that information, I'd just like to go back to the last question, if I may, for a moment. The Leader of the Opposition is referring to a document. That document may well have been produced by this government, but I'm advised by the Deputy of Forest Lands and Natural Resource Operations that it has been policy for a number of years, i.e. before the government changed. So this policy about ensuring that ministers are informed about issues of the day existed before our arrival, and with the support of the Leader of the Opposition, I'm quite happy to review that and rescind it, because I agree with her that our primary objective here, all of us, is to serve our constituents. It's not to go through another labyrinth once we get here. Having said that, as a new government, we were dependent on many of the policies that were developed by the former government over 15 or 16 years, as the former government would have, I'm sure, continued to embrace policies that were left by the previous government. It takes time to work through those issues. The document that the member has may well have been renewed by the new government, but again, it didn't have any oversight by me, didn't have any oversight by my staff that I am aware of at this time, and I will most assuredly go back, and based on the information I have, this is long-standing policy. I understand the principle, though, and that is to make sure that ministers are aware of issues as they're happening in communities. I also know, I used a terrible example of the logjam in Port Renfrew, but there were also numerous times while I was a member of the opposition where I engaged with field staff in the Ministry of Transportation on issues in Port Renfrew, among others, East Souk, Langford, up the Malahat. And I always had a positive response from field staff. And in fact, I recall having the Deputy Minister of Transportation as well as the CFO for that ministry in my constituency office to talk about the challenges on the Malahat. For those who, I see my colleague from Nanaimo is here. She, as I look around, would be the only other person in this place at this moment that would understand how absolutely frustrating the Malahat has been for many, many generations for people on Vancouver Island. And I was accorded the respect of meeting with not just the deputy, but the CFO. That's the type of behavior that I think everyone would want. I'm confident, though, the deputy would not have come to my constituency office without the approval of the minister. I think it's important that ministers understand what's going on in their field, in their files. The Leader of the Opposition would know that, having held many files when she was in government. But again, basic communication with those who can provide services to people, it's appropriate that there be no interface there other than an acknowledgement that the meeting has happened. And with that, I'll quickly turn to pick up my numbers from, I'll be 1 second if that's all right, Honourable Chair.
Premier.
There are 103 full-time staff in the Premier's office. fully staffed by this vote.
Leader of Official Opposition.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and thank you to the Premier for that response, both the number and the response prior to that. I can honestly say to the Premier, just to bring closure to our previous discussion, I haven't seen templates and forms, and you need to fill this out, and you need to go through 3 people to get answers. I have prided myself, as have my caucus, on their constructive working relationships. When you have a flood in your backyard, the last thing you're going to try to do on a Friday afternoon is track down a ministerial assistant. So point made, point taken, and I'm going to take the Premier at his word that we will find a constructive way. No one wants to take partisan advantage of a wildfire or a flood or a road disintegrating in Quesnel. So can the Premier explain the $3.344 million or 30% increase in his office budget?
Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. And I'll go through this in some detail because I know the member understands the workings of the Executive Council. We created a Priorities and Planning Secretariat to make sure we streamlined information coming through to Executive Council. This was a determination we felt was important because of the ambitious agenda that we had. The Leader of the Opposition has read the mandate letters of 24 ministers. We have an ambitious agenda, and she will know, having sat at that table, that it can get log jammed if you don't streamline processes, not just coming in, but coming out as decisions are made. You want to be sure that you're effectively communicating that to the line ministries and their executives so that that work can get done and proceed. So there's 10 new people there. They're not spin doctors as they've been characterized. These are government employees. They were internal competitions for these positions. They're not appointed because of their where they come from. They were selected through competition. There was one additional person added to the Cabinet Operations crew, which again, the member will know, work exhaustively to prepare weekly and in regular times, not just agendas and materials for Cabinet, but the various subcommittees and working groups of Cabinet. So one additional staff member there. And directly in my office, again, there was a transition. The members will know I'm the first Premier from Victoria in a long time. And a lot of government business over decades, going back to the Socreds, quite frankly, and the NDP period in the 90s, as well as Premier Campbell, Premier Clark, were Vancouver-based, and they ran most of the shops out of Vancouver. That has changed to having more people here in Victoria because that's my home, that's where my base is, that's where the seat of government is. And I think it's appropriate that the Premier's office be active here in the nation, or pardon me, the province's capital. So we added 4 new positions, 2 administrative and 4 outreach and engagement. And those outreach and engagement positions were a direct result, Honourable Chair, of the trials and tribulations of COVID-19. We established tables with not-for-profits, with businesses, with labor, with various community organizations to hear from them directly and engage with them on the best solutions going forward to meet the challenges of COVID. We found this to be useful. The member will know that in the past, Premier's office staff were oftentimes compensated through other ministries, and there were journal vouchered back and forth. This is internal machinations of government. The member will know about this. She's been through estimates on both sides of the House. And the reason that we put these positions directly in this budget was for transparency, so that I could stand here and take the slings and arrows of members on the other side if they felt those expenditures were inappropriate. And the good news, I would say, Honourable Speaker, about having an experienced Leader of the Opposition who has had multiple portfolios, is she understands, as not all members will, new to this place, understands the challenges of streamlining a cabinet agenda, making sure that the decisions that are made by cabinet are reported accurately out to ministries so that those policies and programs can be developed in a way that meets the needs of British Columbians. I do believe, and we talked about this, my deputy, who I did not introduce, my apologies, I'm joined by Deputy Minister Laurie Wanamaker, my Chief of Staff Jeff Meggs, and my Executive Director Vanessa Geary. And we had a long conversation about this, and I felt it was appropriate as starting a new government to lay out quite clearly so we could have this very discussion about the number of staff I believe the Premier's office needs to discharge the responsibilities of that office, not just because of COVID, but because of the increased demands on public officials, the increased expectations the public has about delivering services. New technologies mean that people are contacting us in large numbers every day, and we need to make sure that we streamline that. There's been examples just in this House this session, Honourable Speaker, where my colleagues on the opposite side have referenced correspondence that arrived on the day of the question. And thousands of pieces of correspondence come through my office every day, disaggregating that, making sure that appropriate responses are given, and making sure that we can be accountable for the comments and concerns in that correspondence and other engagements, whether it be through social media, text messages, all of the various platforms that people use today to engage with their elected representatives. We need people to manage all of that flow. I believe this budget is prudent and it reflects the needs of a Premier's office in 2021.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. The Minister of Finance described the 30% increase in the Premier's office budget and and I quote, "We're investing to make sure that he has access to British Columbians. It's really important that the Premier hear from all regions of the province so that he's able to engage with all stakeholders and that he talks to regular British Columbians." End quote. Could the Premier describe for us today what exactly a $3.5 million spending increase, how that relates to access to the Premier? What exactly how is that being applied to hearing from all regions of the province, and specifically, how does this help the Premier talk to, in quotes, regular British Columbians?
Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. And as I said, 10 of the additional 13 positions are in the Priorities and Planning Secretariat to streamline cabinet procedures. One is a cabinet ops employee to make sure that all of that work is done. The 6 additional people, 4 of which are in the outreach and engagement section, I believe would be the increase that the Minister of Finance was talking about. And there's no shortage of examples of how that has been absolutely invaluable to me to engage with British Columbians over the past 15 months. I'm certain the member will know that I've been engaging with businesses, whether they be in Prince George, Vancouver, Prince Rupert, mayors, councils, regular engagements, not just by the Minister of Municipal Affairs, but also by me with the various regional groups, the South Interior Local Government Association, AVICC, the Lower Mainland Group, on and on when it comes to those engagements. And it's the follow-up, as the member will know. It's one thing to talk to people, it's another to listen to them. And why it's so important for me, in my mind, having the privilege and honor of having this job, is to make sure that I'm not just ticking boxes when I talk to people, but I have the staff that are available to me to implement the suggestions that come forward. And it goes back to how genuine I believe I am on the question that was raised first by the Leader of the Opposition with respect to good ideas come from unlikely places on occasion. And the best way to operationalize those good ideas is to have the appropriate staff to make sure that those ideas can get to the place where they can be enacted. When good ideas come together, positive things happen. And so that's the objective here. And again, I can't be accountable for other people's comments on my budget, but I am hopeful that the answer I've given to the Leader of the Opposition, I could go through numerous other examples. I'll do just one more before I take my seat, and that would be our concern about some areas of the province having a slow uptake on registration for vaccinations just a few weeks ago. We mobilized leaders from various communities across British Columbia to engage with them to try and encourage people to get registered, get vaccinated, so that we can get back on track. And I'd have to say that we had a very positive result. It wasn't just dealing with representatives from the media or leaders in the community. It was engaging with regular folk. And as we have been in a pseudo-lockdown, as I've been, because of travel restrictions, remaining here on Vancouver Island, using technology and using staff to make sure that the input that we are getting has been distributed as effectively as possible through government, I think is an appropriate expenditure, and I know most British Columbians would agree with that. The challenges that we've faced have been extraordinary. The ideas that have come forward, the solutions to problems have been quite transformative. And again, I rely on the Leader of the Opposition's experience in government to fully understand this. When regular people hear that changes to basic liquor laws are sometimes months and months in the discussion and years in the making, this government, because of our ability to engage with people in the sector, were able to make changes in liquor laws over the course of a weekend that allowed businesses to stay open and to survive through the darkest times of the first shutdown. Going forward, I think that that's the sort of thing that makes government better, more effective, more responsive to people. I believe as the head of the government, I should have the resources to not just hear from people, but to take those ideas and operationalize them. That's why we have a planning secretariat. That's why we have now a new outreach and engagement component as well.
Leader of the Official Opposition.
Well, thank you very much. And I don't think anyone is suggesting, I certainly am not, that the Premier doesn't need to actually talk to British Columbians. But we're talking about a significant increase in his budget. And in fact, when we look at the increases in 2016-2017, the budget for the Office of the Premier was less than $9 million. The Premier is seeking approval this year for $14.679 million. In other words, according to my math, he has increased his office budget by $5.68 million, or 63% since taking office. Can the Premier confirm that's correct?
Premier.
Well, thank you, Honourable Chair. Well, I do have some other comparative numbers for the House to reflect upon, and that's other provinces' Office of Premier. Saskatchewan, 12,642,000, 1/5 the size of British Columbia. Ontario, 37.8 million. Alberta, just to our east, smaller in population, $18.2 million. I think that pound for pound per capita, we're doing pretty well. And again, as I said at the beginning, rather than as I know as a former government employee that that oftentimes those who work for the office of the Premier are housed elsewhere, I felt, again, it was more appropriate when we're talking about planning the government's agenda that's driven by the mandate letters that I penned and by the direction that I give as President of the Executive Council, that we have a planning and priorities secretariat that will make sure that the stuff coming through is consistent with what we've heard in communities as we've engaged with people, and also that when the answers or the determinations and deliberations of Cabinet are concluded, that information then flows back to the line ministries so they can deliver on the needs of British Columbians. That's what we set out to do. I believe it's cost effective. This was not about hiding people elsewhere. This was about being open about the resources needed to do the job in 2021, 2021. And I believe it's appropriate. Again, I use the examples from other jurisdictions just to illustrate to members of the committee that we are pretty cost effective in the delivery of services out of the Premier's office relative to other jurisdictions, some larger and some much smaller than us.
Leader of Official Opposition.
Well, thank you. I will take that as a yes. His budget has increased by 63% since he took office in 2016-2017. I'll follow that with a question related to a $2 million increase. In 2017, the Premier said, and I will quote him, the $2 million increase in 2017 is funding 10 additional positions. Can the Premier confirm that those positions remain funded this year? The Premier would like me to repeat that. So in 2017, there was a $2 million increase to fund 10 additional positions. So are those positions created in 2017 for $2 million, do they remain funded this year in addition to the new staff that have been added?
Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I can confirm that the additional resources from 2017 remain funded. Again, we're looking at the Office of the Premier's estimates for this fiscal year. If you want more detail on previous years, it might take a little bit longer to get the answers.
Leader of Official Opposition.
Thank you very much. Well, the Premier has remarkably similar answers to 2017. Consistency might well be an important thing. Having said that, let's see what the Premier said about the $2 million in 2017. And I quote, "We do have, as I said, an increase in resources available to make sure that we're driving our agenda and the priorities." End quote. So the Premier has a significant number of advisors and specifically added staff to give him advice on priorities as part of the $2 million lift to his budget in 2017. So can the Premier describe why he needs an additional $3.344 million this year for basically more of the same thing?
Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Well, again, I don't know relitigating previous budget estimates from 4 years ago. I do know that I've been pretty clear that the resources that are being allocated or requested through this debate are for 10 priorities and planning secretariat staff, 1 increase in cabinet operations, and 2 administrative and 4 outreach and engagement personnel to do just what the Leader of the Opposition suggested, engaging with people, hearing their ideas, and implementing them. And to implement those, you need to have a robust approach to making sure that when the information comes in, it can be formulated in a way that decisions can be made around it. Once those decisions are made, it has to flow back out to line ministries so that those services can be delivered.
Leader of the Official Opposition.
Oh. I'll get the hang of that. All right. Thank you, Honourable Chair. So in 2017, the Premier was asked if he would continue increasing his budget, and he said, and I quote, "We don't anticipate any further increases." So the Premier has given us a long list of numbers of where people were going and what are they doing. To be clear, this Premier's office has increased its budget by 63% since taking office. So, and the Premier said to British Columbians, I don't anticipate in 2017 any additional budget increases. Can the Premier explain why his budget has continued to increase every single year since that time?
Premier.
Honourable Chair, well, I didn't anticipate a global pandemic, first and foremost, and I don't imagine anyone else in this place did. It isn't accurate to say that budgets increased year over year. They increased in the first year of the government. We were new to the place, trying to figure things out, trying to make sure that directives were tailor-made here, not by previous governments. And this budget estimate has been pretty clear. I've said to the Leader of the Opposition, there are 103 people operating within my office. That includes the Deputy Minister's Office, Cabinet Operations, the Intergovernmental Relations Secretariat, which I would have to say had unfunded positions, and we've never had a more robust intergovernmental relations engagement. 44 meetings of the Council of the Federation since last March, 31 First Ministers meetings with the Prime Minister and premiers. That's just to talk about those issues that are within Canada. I've also engaged with my colleagues south of the border and north of the border to talk about the issues of importance to British Columbians. So the budget was lifted. There was a budget lift when we first came to government, and there's a second lift here after the last election, after the global pandemic, directing people's concerns and ideas to implementation through planning, making sure those priorities are correct, and then distributing that through line ministries once decisions have been made.
Leader of the Official Opposition.
Well, thank you to the Premier. I guess I simply want to remind the Premier of some of the issues that we've grappled with in the Legislature. When you look at the increase in his budget of when you look at the $3.4 million increase, 30%. I mean, we've brought issues to this Legislature which speaks to priorities. We raised the issue of the BC School Fruit and Vegetable Program. That was $3 million. We raised the issue of spinal cord injury research, $3.3 million in funding. We're still raising the issue of the Legions and ANAVETS, and the Minister and the Premier knows full well that the Ministry of Mental Health and Addictions remains the smallest ministry in government, and it's going up from $12.7 million, $712 million to $12.735 million. So that is a 0.18% increase. That speaks to priorities. And while I understand the Premier's need to talk to, in quotations, regular British Columbians, there's a lot of other things that $3 million could be spent on. I'd like the Premier, if he wouldn't mind, to explain the Planning and Priorities Secretariat Could he be explicit about what the role of that secretariat is?
Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. And as I said, the objective of the Planning and Priority Secretariat is to deliver the priorities and initiatives of the government over the course of its mandate. That includes, but is not limited to, taking cabinet direction, developing a long-term plan for the delivery of government's priority commitments over the 4-year term and managing that over the same period of time. Coordinating with relevant ministries to ensure that materials are appropriate, consistent, and are flowing through cabinet operations in a meaningful way, as well as coordinating 2 new government caucus committees, which was a hybrid of what the former government did in its first term, to make sure that new members of the legislature had a good understanding of the decisions that have to be made, the choices, the trade-offs that often happen in government. I believe I spoke with representatives from the former government, from the 2001 to 2005 period, about the value of those committees. I was convinced that they were a good idea. They're working effectively on our side of the House to make sure that, again, content experts are available to members of the government caucus. And as I've said, and it's been offered by the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions, we want to have those dialogues and discussions with all members of this House as members see fit. The Office of the Minister remains open to talk to the critics about these issues. And as we come out of the pandemic and we get back to a more normal, regular seating of this place, I see a lot of people showing up all of a sudden, then, of course, other standing committees and other initiatives can be undertaken. But at this time, I believe that it's appropriate that we focus on making sure that the input we're getting from people across the province, and I have to say, and I've talked about this, it might not have made it to the ears of all members of the House, so it's worth repeating, that although the pandemic has made it extremely difficult to engage directly with people face-to-face in the traditional way, it has saved an enormous amount of time in terms of time in airports, time traveling, time waiting to travel, and instead, through Zoom and other technologies, I'm seeing way more people, more effective, but again, with those engagements, as all members know, come good ideas. And with those good ideas, again, wherever they may come from, whether it's the Chamber of Commerce, whether it's the Federation of Labour, whether it is members of this House, engaging and putting that back into the system of government, which again, the Leader of the Opposition knows extremely well, perhaps as well as any member in this place, taking that, coordinating it, making sure that it comes up for decision, that is documented and recorded, and then goes back into the system to be delivered, is not simple work, and it requires people and it requires energy. And I'm very excited about the prospects of carrying forward once, with the wisdom of this House, this budget's passed, delivering on this mandate over the next 4 years.
Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Well, I appreciate the Premier's answer. I'm very disappointed that, in essence, the Premier has said no to cross-party committee work One of the pieces he referenced was it was too costly. It's costly, it's onerous, it's, the fact of the matter is, and the Premier continues to reiterate the fact that I can, and the leader of the third party, we can have a briefing. What we've asked the Premier for is legitimate engagement on issues that matter to British Columbia, not dissimilar to what the Premier's trying to do by adding $3 million in his own office to have that kind of dialogue. He has the opportunity to do that with members of opposition parties when it comes to the issue of overdose. And, the Premier can continue to reference the fact that we've been offered a briefing. The briefings matter. What we asked for, in a respectful and thoughtful way, laying out a pathway for the Premier to bring his mandate letters to life, was to reactivate important committees of this legislature. So I will certainly, Honourable Chair, and I know there's a cast of many arriving to report out, but the Premier's office budget has increased by 60+%. And while I understand the Premier laying out the number of positions, the number of things that need to be done, I think British Columbians would suggest that there are some very important priorities that I think the Premier and his team should be considering. And continuing to add people to the Secretariat and to all of those things needs to be put in context. I'll just end my comments today with the fact that I think the Premier laid out clearly in mandate letters for ministers that he wanted discussions to be different, that he wanted us in this place to interact for the public good. So I will simply end my comments for today, Honourable Chair, by reminding the Premier of those mandate letters, reminding the ministers of those mandate letters, and once again, asking very respectfully, that the Premier contemplate giving life to those words by reactivating the Standing Committee on Aboriginal Relations and the Standing Committee on Health.
Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. And at no time, either before or today, did I rule out the suggestions that the Leader of the Opposition and the Leader of the Third Party have made. I have said that with respect to Indigenous relations, which did not meet at all under the mandate of the previous government, that may well be an appropriate direction to go, provided that as we deal with the tragic revelations and the realizations of what many have known for a long, long time, coming out of Tk'emlúps and Secwépemc territory, that we await direction and consult with Indigenous peoples on where they want to go. And it may well not be a standing committee of the legislature. It may be some other vehicle that would invite all of us to participate in some meaningful way, as we did when we unanimously passed the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples in this place in the form of the Declaration Act. So, not at all ruling those things out, acknowledging and recognizing that we are in the last stages, let's hope, of a global pandemic, where we will be coming back to a more normal functioning of this legislature, where that type of activity would be absolutely appropriate. So I don't want the Leader of the Opposition to leave this place thinking that I have ruled this out in any way at all. I know that we're in the middle of June. We've just started step 2 of our restart plan. We have a number of initiatives that are going on in communities right across British Columbia. And as we get back here in the fall for another regular sitting at the legislature, where we have, I would hope, 87 members all here, all ready to go, all engaging and sharing ideas, there are people that you've not yet met, that members have not yet met each other, other than in a square box on their computer. That does not lead to collegiality, that leads to misunderstanding and distrust, and I'm hopeful that all of us can work on that as we come back here into a more regular setting. But with that, Honourable Chair, I would move that the committee rise, report progress, and ask leave to sit again.
Members, you've heard the motion. Those participating remotely, please prepare your voting cards and turn on your cameras if you wish to vote. On the question that the Office of the Premier's Estimates reports progress and asks leave to sit again, those in favour report aye. Aye. Any opposed? Carried.
Committee Chair.
Mr. Speaker, Committee of the Whole reports progress in the Office of the Premier's Estimates and asks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again? Government House Leader.
Next sitting.
So ordered. Committee Chair.
Mr. Speaker, Committee of Supply, Section C, reports progress on the estimates of the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure and asks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again, Minister?
Next sitting.
So ordered. Committee Chair.
Mr. Speaker, the Committees of Supply, Section A, reports in on estimates for the Ministry of Health and asks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again, Government House Leader?
Next sitting.
So ordered. Government House Leader.
I move that the House do now adjourn.
Members, you heard the motion. All those in favor indicate aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Motion carried. This House stands adjourned until 1:30 tomorrow afternoon.